y que podéis deployar vosotros después de este workshop. Esto lo vamos a hacer a través de Scaffold ETH y SpeedRAM Ethereum, que son dos herramientas muy buenas para esto, porque te dan como todo lo que necesitas para empezar e incluso más, ¿no? Este soy yo, me llamo Carlos Sánchez. Yo soy desarrollador desde hace muchos años de software, pero no fue hasta, aunque llevo como en Ethereum como 4 o 5 años como usuario, no fue hasta el año pasado que me puse en serio con el tema del desarrollo. Os dejo también ahí mis redes, GitHub y Twitter. Os aviso que bueno, soy bastante más activo en GitHub. Twitter soy muy aburrido, pero bueno, si me queréis seguir no pasa nada. Ahí estaré. De vez en cuando pongo algo interesante. El resumen de lo que vamos a ver hoy, lo que os voy a contar, son estas, lo he dividido en 3 pasos. Y el primero es Scaffold ETH. Esto es una herramienta que usamos en BuildGuild. La hemos creado nosotros y es una herramienta que te soluciona todo el problema de tooling y te sirve para prototipar muy rápido tu aplicación. Luego pasaremos a SpeedRAM Ethereum, que ya es como una plataforma para superar una serie de retos y es para ampliar conocimientos. Ya son cosas más avanzadas. Y el último paso es BuildGuild, que es la comunidad a la que yo pertenezco, que luego os contaré más. Y creo que es el sitio perfecto para ya seguir colaborando en el ecosistema y conociendo a gente además pues, con tus mismos intereses. Veis que arriba pongo lo de aprender construyendo. Con eso me refiero que siempre se ha dicho que hay distintas maneras de aprender las cosas, ¿no? Hay gente que dice que aprende de forma más visual, gente que aprende de forma más teórica, pero yo creo que cuando realmente se aprende y cuando realmente se integran los conocimientos es cuando te pones a hacer, ¿no? Cuando te manchas las manos. Entonces, todos estos 3 pasos está basado en lo mismo. Tienen el común denominador que es desde el minuto 1 te estás haciendo algo, estás programando, ¿no? Y sí, es verdad que bueno, al principio puede ser un poco incómodo, habrá un montón de vacíos que tengáis en la cabeza de conocimiento que no sepáis, pero si seguís, os aseguro que esos vacíos se van rellenando. Por supuesto, esta no es la única manera de aprender o de lanzarte dentro del mundo de Ethereum, pero es la manera que me ha funcionado a mí y bueno, a cientos de personas que veo que pasan por estos 3 pasos. Lo primero, paso 1, es Scaffold ETH. Como os decía, Scaffold ETH es una herramienta de software libre, por supuesto gratuita para todo el mundo, que podéis descargar en vuestro ordenador, instalar y te da todo lo que necesitas, y eso incluso más, para crear una aplicación completa en Ethereum. Y está muy bien porque, bueno, si venís, por ejemplo, del ecosistema de JavaScript, sabéis que bueno, al final lo que es el tooling, ¿no? El setup del proyecto a veces es un poco complejo. Y tú sabes programar en JavaScript, pero claro, hasta que montas todo el entorno, pues te cuesta, ¿no? Y con Scaffold ETH lo que hacemos es montar, digamos, toda la estructura que necesitas y la conectamos, ¿no? El cableado, digamos, interno, y entonces no te tienes que preocupar de ciertas cosas. Una manera de aprender también es, una vez que sepas, digamos, manejar los comandos y que uses la magia de Scaffold ETH, es ya bucear en el código y así también podéis ver cómo funciona internamente. El stack actualmente de la versión 1 es en Hardhat para la parte de Smart Contract con Solidity y en la parte de front está usando React con Create React App. También usamos Ether.js, que bueno, es para la comunicación con estos Smart Contracts. Pongo ahí lo de versión 1 porque actualmente estamos trabajando en la versión 2, que bueno, va a ser con un stack un poco más moderno, va a usar Next.js, que parece que está ganando bastante terreno, y vamos a dejar elegir en la parte de Smart Contracts entre Hardhat y Foundry, que Foundry también pues, está ganando, parece que la gente prefiere la Foundry. Pero bueno, dejaremos las 2 opciones. Esto es todavía en desarrollo, pero bueno, lo dejo ahí para que estéis atentos por si queréis probarlo también. Entonces, bueno, voy a aplicar lo que acabo de decir en la diapositiva anterior, de ser práctico y no tan teórico, y nos vamos a poner ya manos a la obra y os voy a enseñar un poco cómo funciona Scaffold ETH. Bueno, Scaffold ETH lo podéis encontrar, si busquéis Scaffold ETH en Google, es lo primero que os va a salir. Una cosa que no he dicho, perdona. Al final de la presentación voy a dejar un QR que podéis escanear con los enlaces a todo lo que estoy diciendo, tanto a las diapositivas como a Scaffold ETH y a todo. Lo digo por si no queréis tomar notas. Eso es, así si queréis, pero… Bueno, Scaffold ETH buscáis en Google, lo primero que os sale, pues el típico repositorio que tenéis que clonar. Necesitáis Node, Jar, que usamos, y bueno, y Git, ¿no? Esta primera parte ya lo he hecho, además que bueno, no está funcionando muy bien Internet aquí hoy, o sea que bueno, me alegro de haberlo hecho antes. pero bueno, clonéis el repositorio, entréis en la carpeta y ya instaláis las dependencias. Esto, claro, suele tomar un rato y más si el internet no va muy bien. Así que bueno, eso ya lo he hecho con antelación. Entonces, bueno, como ya tenemos todas las dependencias instaladas, vamos a empezar, ¿no? Vamos a lanzar Scaffold. Y para esto se lanzan los 3 comandos mágicos. El primero es yarn chain. Esto simplemente de yarn es como npm, otro gestor de paquetes, y esto va a lanzar simplemente un comando que está definido en el package.json. El yarn chain lo que va a hacer es iniciar un nodo de hard hat local, básicamente como un blockchain local, y un servidor RPC, para que nos podamos comunicar con esa blockchain local. Cuando estamos desarrollando, evidentemente queremos probar con algo de prueba, ¿no? de local, porque no queremos gastar ni aunque sea testnet, ni aunque sea una testnet, no queremos queremos que sea rápido y que podamos en plan quitarlo y volverlo a poner sin ningún problema. Lo segundo que vamos a hacer, el segundo comando, es yarn start. Esto simplemente lanza el frontend, lanza el React. Vamos a dejarlo aquí que tarda a veces un poquillo. Y el tercero, el que más vamos a estar usando, es yarn deploy. Así, sin ningún parámetro ni nada, lo que hace es deployar el contrato que viene de prueba, digamos el contrato Hola Mundo, ¿no? de Scaffold, en la red local. De hecho, ahora vais a ver que en cuanto le demos, en la de arriba a la izquierda, en la blockchain local que tenemos, ¿no? En nuestro nodo, se ve cómo se ha... Vamos a mirarlo aquí. Mejor. A ver, ahí. Seguimos un poquito y veis aquí cómo se ha deployado el contrato, ¿no? La información de la transacción, la dirección y demás. Bueno, el frontend ya ha cargado, pero bueno, os voy a enseñar primero ahora la estructura de carpetas. Ahora esto ya está corriendo. Las 2 pestañas de arriba, las dos terminales de arriba, eso va a ser fijo, va a ser el blockchain que va a seguir corriendo hasta que lo paremos, y el frontend. Y la de abajo, bueno, la vamos a tener para seguir deployando contratos. Esto es como se ve Scaffold que en cuanto lo cargáis. No es lo más bonito del mundo, lo reconozco, pero bueno, aquí tened en cuenta que podéis luego poner el UI que queráis. Tiene mucha cosa, no os preocupéis que vamos a ir viendo más o menos lo más significativo para que luego ya podáis con eso ir tirando vosotros. La funcionalidad que más me gusta a mí de Scaffold es este componente que hemos creado aquí de contrato. Esto lo que hace es se adapta de forma automática con los contratos que deployéis en la blockchain local. Entonces, mira, os voy a enseñar primero el contrato. Bueno, un poco la estructura de carpetas también aquí, que os he dicho. Vale, esto es la estructura de carpetas. Donde más vamos a estar va a ser en la carpeta de packages y sobre todo en estas dos, en Hard Hat para la parte de Smart Contract y en React App para la parte del front. Luego aquí hay otros servicios un poco más avanzados que, bueno, no creo que veamos hoy, pero que sepáis que también están disponibles. El contrato lo podéis encontrar en la carpeta de Hard Hat, Contracts, y vais a ver este contrato Hola Mundo que os decía, ¿no? Es un contrato muy sencillito, tiene una variable propósito con un valor por defecto, bueno, una declaración de un evento, un constructor vacío y luego una función que simplemente lo que hace es cambiar ese propósito. Cuando llamemos desde nuestro frontend a setPurpose, le pasaremos un nuevo propósito y simplemente lo que estamos haciendo es cambiarlo y, bueno, y emitir el evento. Entonces veis que esto es justo lo que se está viendo aquí en el front. Y esto se pasa de manera automática. ¿Cómo pasa esto? No sé si sabéis, cuando compiláis un contrato de Solidity, se generan varios archivos y uno de ellos es el código ABI del contrato, o el ABI, ¿no? Que esto no es más que un fichero JSON, que es la especificación de ese contrato. Está diciendo, vale, tenemos una variable, tenemos un contrato que se llama yourContract, una variable que se llama propósito y una función que se llama setPurpose, con un parámetro. Entonces, ahora este componente lo que hace es leer ese ABI y te monta este smart contract, o sea, perdón, este front con todo lo necesario. Entonces, por ejemplo, ahora podríamos intentar decir, vale, vamos a poner un nuevo propósito que se llame hola y vamos a mandarlo, a ver qué pasa. Vale, no funciona. ¿Por qué? Porque no tenemos dinero. Decís, vale, no sé si os habéis fijado cuando he cargado la página que sale aquí con un wallet conectado, ¿verdad? Tenéis aquí el connect y yo podría aquí conectar mi MetaMask, pero claro, esto para desarrollo local no es muy ágil. ¿Por qué? Porque si ahora, por ejemplo, conecto mi MetaMask y tengo, digamos, ETH de local, podría mandar a esto, pero claro, me abriría mi MetaMask, tendría que darle a confirmar, bla, bla, bla. Eso no lo queremos para desarrollo local. Entonces, en Scaffold hemos desarrollado lo que llamamos burner wallets, como pues, monederos desechables, ¿no? Y son unos monederos, es un wallet que se crea en memoria. De hecho, si vamos aquí, vamos a la aplicación, aquí vamos a ver, no os asustéis, esto es una clave privada, pero esto lo voy a borrar luego, o sea que no pasa nada. Pero esto es una clave privada que se ha generado de forma random en el front para tener, digamos, un burner wallet ya conectado, entonces podemos mandar transacciones al momento. Siendo que el navegador ya tiene nuestro wallet, nuestra clave privada, no necesitamos a MetaMask para confirmar ninguna transacción. Entonces, fijaos que acaba en 71C, para que veáis cómo se funciona. Si ahora yo borro este local storage, ahora recargaría, y en vez de 71C, pues me va a salir otra, ¿ves? Este es 8C. También lo podéis probar si vais, por ejemplo, a una pestaña de incógnito. Veréis que aquí crea otro, ¿no? Mira, están acabando todos en C. No sé qué pasa, ¿eh? Está una conspiración. Esto está muy bien, lo de tener varios wallets, porque podéis abrir distintos navegadores o distintas pestañas de incógnito y podéis interactuar con el smart contract como distintas identidades. Entonces, una vez decir, pues mira, este es el administrador, este es un usuario, y bueno, está muy bien porque es muy rápido y no hay que firmar nada, ¿no? Vamos a verlo en acción. Claro, no tenemos nada de dinero. También Scaffold trae otra cosa, que es una facet local. Podemos darle aquí, esto nos manda una transacción y se debería actualizar. ¿Ves? Nos ha mandado pues como 0,01 ETH. Si queremos más, podemos copiar nuestra dirección y podríamos ir aquí. Aquí abajo podéis ver que está como el valor de ETH actual, el valor del gas y demás. También tenemos aquí una facet más, digamos, con todo este dinero de hard hat, y entonces podemos pasar nuestra dirección aquí, poner, pues queremos 2 y nos lo mandamos. Y entonces esto nos va a mandar, ya tenemos aquí dinero disponible, dinero, por supuesto, no real, ¿no? Ojalá no fuera así de fácil, pero este es dinero solo para la red de hard hat. De hecho, si la pestaña de Yarn Chain que hemos ejecutado, si ahora yo la cerrase, esto se perdería, ¿no? Porque cada vez que lo reseteamos, todo se inicia de nuevo. Entonces, bueno, ahora ya sabéis lo que son los burner wallet, tenemos ya dinero, ahora ya esto en principio debería funcionar, ¿no? Vamos a ver, hola Devcon, mandamos y habéis visto que automáticamente ya la variable de ese contrato ha cambiado. Vale, ¿por qué me gusta tanto este componente? Porque ahora podemos venir al smart contract y decir, vamos a hacer algún cambio. Vamos a hacer un cambio chorras, a ver que sea, por ejemplo, vamos a definir un entero que se llame público, que se llame contador, ¿no? Counter. Y ahora vamos a hacer que cuando alguien llame esta función, el contador se incremente en 1. Ahora, como el contrato ha cambiado, un contrato no se puede editar. Una vez que está deployado, ahí es, ¿no? Ahí queda. Entonces ahora vamos a volver aquí y vamos a hacer un yard deploy. A veces puede fallar esto, se puede hacer reset. El reset, digamos, lo que hace es borrar las carpetas de los archivos compilados y lo vuelve a ejecutar. Entonces, bueno, ahora venimos aquí y veis que automáticamente, sin yo tocar nada, se ha reseteado y se ha adaptado el frontend a nuestro smart contract. Ahora vamos a probar aquí, ¿no? Hola. Ahora mando la transacción y el contador debería aumentar. Esto, bueno, no sé qué os parece. A mí me parece maravilloso, la verdad, porque bueno, es una manera como de jugar con los smart contracts de forma muy sencilla. Y no solo pues, como en plataformas como Remix y por ahí, que puedes jugar también, compilar y probar, pero no te da esta facilidad, ¿no? De este frontend que puedes jugar y probarlo inmediatamente. ¿Qué hice yo cuando empecé con esto? Pues yo iba a esta página, no sé si la conocéis, Solidity by Example, que está genial, la verdad, tiene como muchos ejemplos. Y entonces fui uno por uno probando, copiando y pegando, ¿no? Vamos a ver qué podemos agarrar de aquí. Un mapping, por ejemplo. Quiero saber cómo funciona un mapping en Solidity. Te lo lees, la teoría, muy bien, bla, 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 clave valor, tipo diccionario. Y dice, bueno, pues voy a coger este de aquí y lo voy a pegar en el smart contract. Vale. Vamos a llamarle pues user counter. Veis que tiene clave, que es una dirección, y valor, un entero. Ahora podríamos ver en Solidity by Example cómo funciona, ¿no? Cómo se añaden valores, cómo se obtienen y demás. Entonces aquí podemos hacer ahora, ya que estamos con el rollo este del contador, pues decir, vale, user counter, ahora la clave sería la dirección del usuario que está llamando esta función, que en Solidity tenemos estas variables globales, como por ejemplo es message sender, que esto automáticamente te lo va a transformar por la dirección de la persona, bueno, sí, puede ser un wallet, puede ser un smart contract, que haya ejecutado esta transacción. Y aquí pues también le vamos a sumar 1. Lo mismo, hemos hecho este cambio, ¿qué hay que hacer? Redeploy. Le damos y automáticamente, si vamos a nuestro front, esto se debería actualizar. Veis aquí que tenéis el user counter, que ha aparecido nuevo, y entonces ahora cuando ya llame a esta función, aparte de incrementarse el contador general, también se va a incrementar el contador de mi usuario, ¿no? de mi wallet, de mi address. Aquí vamos a comprobarlo. O sea, leo el valor. Hola. Algo ha petado ahí. Vemos. Voy a recargar a ver. Esto es lo que tiene de hacer live coding, ¿no? Igual se va a ir a internet y está petando todo. Hola. Bueno. Vamos a probar otra vez.
¿El mapping qué tiene que hacer? El que acabas de pegar, ¿cuál es la función que acabas de pegar?
Sí, o sea, estoy poniendo como un ejemplo muy, o sea, que al final no tiene mucho sentido, ¿no? Pero es simplemente para que se entienda. El mapping lo que está haciendo simplemente es como un diccionario, no sé si te sabes en algún otro lenguaje, que tiene una clave y un valor. Entonces, en este caso le está diciendo que la clave es una dirección, un address, y el valor es un entero. Entonces aquí, no sé si has visto, le hemos llamado user counter, y entonces al llamar a esa función, lo que pasa es que le estamos pasando como clave en la dirección de la persona que está llamando a esta función y lo estamos incrementando en 1. Es como simplemente para guardar un registro, ¿no? Igual que teníamos el counter este, pues eso es, otro contador. Que sí que igual no tiene mucho sentido en la vida real, pero es como para probar, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a ver qué está pasando aquí porque algo está petando. Igual prueba a resetear esto. Sí, creo que esto es por internet. Igual, bueno, voy a probar otra vez y si no, lo resetearé. Vamos a un segundo. Perdón por... mira, aquí está pasando algo, vale. Genial. Vamos a matar esto. Screen. Cosas del directo. Si no, seguiremos con otras cosas, no os preocupéis. Como tenemos tiempo, así además veis que lo que pasa en la vida real, ¿no? Que no es todo como esos vídeos de YouTube que veis que duran 5 minutos, ¿no? Y todo sale perfecto, todo bien siempre. Vale, venga, vamos a ver otra vez. Y ahora en Start. Y ya deploy. Así repasamos un poco. Vale, esto ya está compilado. Entonces, bueno, lo que quiero que veáis con esto es la facilidad que tiene de hacer cambios sobre smart contract para jugar, ¿no? Y probar de una manera muy sencilla y muy visual. Porque lo que pasa es que a veces eso, hacemos un smart contract, pero claro, eso como lo pruebas, ¿no? Tienes que desarrollar un frontend para poder interactuar con él. También os estoy diciendo que esta es la manera de jugar un poco y de probar. Bueno, ya he cargado aquí, no sé muy bien qué. Vamos a ver si funciona esto. Vale, estamos aquí. Ahora, si pruebo esta dirección, a ver si ahora me funciona, me debería devolver un 1. Ahora sí. Bueno, no sé. Cosas raras que pasan a veces. lo que os decía, eso, que esto está muy bien para jugar y para crear vuestro smart contract de forma inicial, pero si queréis ir en serio con algún proyecto, lo que deberíamos hacer es test, ¿no? Test automáticos. Que también aquí viene una carpeta con un test de prueba que se ejecutan con yarn test. De hecho, podemos ejecutarlo aquí. Y esto es una forma ya pues, más automatizada, ¿no? De probar nuestros tests y no nos tenemos que fiar de nosotros mismos ahí jugando con el smart contract. Está muy bien, además, esta herramienta de testing porque te da como la cantidad de gas, ¿no? que ha gastado cada función o cada llamada. Como tenemos muchísimo tiempo, vamos a hacer alguna cosa más aquí. Os quiero contar más cosas, pero quiero que veáis más posibilidades de Solidity y con Scaffold. Por ejemplo, no sé si conocéis el patrón de Ownable, que es, bueno, con OpenZeppelin nos ofrece muchas librerías. Cuando a veces tenemos que implementar alguna cosa en nuestro smart contract y no queremos reinventar la rueda, a veces es mejor fiarse de alguien, de una librería de software libre que está muy revisada, y podemos extender de esa librería y vamos a tener la vida mucho más fácil y no vamos a cometer errores. Esta librería es muy sencilla. Nos introduce el concepto de dueño, ¿no? Como el dueño de un smart contract. A veces hay ciertas acciones, tú tienes un smart contract, pues igual hay ciertas acciones que no quieres que todo el mundo ejecute, sino solo pues, una determinada persona o un determinado wallet. Nos ofrece este modifier, que ahora vamos a ver cómo se usa, y entonces ahora podríamos simplemente importar esta librería, y esto, bueno, si conocéis algún otro lenguaje, pues es como la herencia, ¿no? La típica herencia. Entonces, al hacer esto, automáticamente, solo con esto, fijaos que al hacer deploy, al hacer deploy, ya tengo como un montón más de funciones que no están en mi contrato, pero claro, al haber heredado de Ownable, han aparecido aquí ciertas cosas, ¿no? Como el owner, como el renunciar a ser dueño, como transferir a otro dueño y demás. No sé si veis un problema ahora mismo. Claro, digo, vale, yo quiero ejecutar esto como el dueño del smart contract. Pero claro, aquí me está diciendo que el owner es un señor que no soy yo, ¿no? Porque yo soy esta persona, este es mi wallet, y en cambio me está saliendo este. Entonces, esto, si alguno habéis trabajado con Hardhat, sabéis que es mítica, ¿no? Esta dirección, la F39, es la dirección la primera dirección del mnemonic que tiene Hardhat, ¿no? Entonces, por defecto, cuando tú haces un deploy en localhost, Hardhat usa esta dirección como deployer address. Entonces, esto me sirve para introducir el archivo de deploy. Dentro de Hardhat, carpeta deploy, tenemos aquí lo que es el script que hace el deploy. Este script se va a ejecutar ahora mismo para localhost, porque estamos ejecutando para localhost, pero esto se puede ejecutar para cualquier red, incluso mainnet, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, aquí vemos que cuando se hace un deploy, se está usando la cuenta de deployer. Y este deployer, esta función automáticamente en localhost, usa la de Hardhat, que es SF39. Pero lo que podemos hacer es tengo aquí comentado, podemos llamar a la función de nuestro contrato que se llama transfer ownership y podemos hacer que el dueño seamos nosotros. Entonces ahora voy a copiar esta dirección, voy a pegar aquí la dirección y automáticamente cuando el contrato se deploye se va a ejecutar una segunda transacción que va a pasar el deployer actual, que es el F39, a nosotros. Entonces ahora vamos a hacer aquí, vamos a hacer un reset aquí por si acaso, para más seguros. Y bueno, vamos a ver. Vamos a nuestro frontend, maravilloso, ¿no? Ya ahora mismo veis que somos el owner. Ahora que ya somos el owner, podemos ir a cualquier función y, por ejemplo, vamos a implementar una función para el propósito, ponerlo a cero, vaciarlo, ¿no? Como resetearlo. Pues la función podría ser clear, ¿no? Por ejemplo. Parámetros necesitamos, no. Si la vamos a limpiar no hace falta, ¿no? Es función pública, pero vamos a usar este modifier que os decía, que se llama onlyOwner. Y entonces esto ya nos da la magia de que cuando esta función se llame, va a comprobar por defecto si el que llama esta función es el owner. Si no es el dueño, nos revertirá la transacción y nos dirá, lo siento, no puedes. Y esto simplemente lo que hace es, podemos hacer así, ¿no? Para resetearlo lo ponemos como una cadena vacía y ya está. Venga, vamos a hacer un nuevo redeploy. ¿Vale? creo que ha funcionado. Vale, vamos a probar. Si ahora abro esto con otro usuario, en principio, al llamar la función de clear, no nos debería dejar. Vamos a ver lo que pasa. Bueno, primero es que no tengo... bueno, ya nos dice que no somos el owner. Iba a decir no tengo dinero, pero bueno, aún así ya ha sido listo y nos ha dicho, lo siento, pero no eres el dueño. Entonces, si ahora voy a la otra pestaña que tenía aquí, el owner, ¿no? Vemos aquí el 8C. 8C, si llamo a esta función, ahora sí, me ha dejado y veis que el propósito se ha puesto a 0. Entonces, bueno, con lo que os tenéis que dar con esto es lo fácil que es el iterar, ¿no? El copiar cosas, pegarlas aquí, probarlas, algo se rompe, muy bien, ¿qué ha pasado? Lo arreglamos, volvemos aquí, ¿no? Este bucle un poco de aprendizaje a mí es lo que más me ha servido, ¿no? Vale, más o menos os he contado ya todo de este componente, porque Scaffold viene con muchos componentes y muchas utilidades, que ahora os voy a enseñar alguna más, que hace, porque ahora estamos con la parte un poco del desarrollo en Solidity, ¿no? de nuestro smart contract. Quedaría la parte de frontend y quedaría toda la parte de deploy. Entonces vamos un poco con la parte de deploy, que me parece también muy interesante. Imaginaos, vale, ya hemos hecho este pedazo de smart contract, que no creo que tenga mucha utilidad, ¿no? Pero vamos a hacerlo como si fuera nuestro smart contract de prueba. Y ahora queremos decir, vale, ya queremos publicar este smart contract, lo lógico sería publicarlo a una red de prueba, ¿no? No tiene sentido ponerlo en mainnet, ¿no? Sin haberlo probado primero. Entonces, Scaffold te permite, con este comando, que yo no voy a ejecutar porque ya lo he hecho, pero al hacer esto, te crea un wallet en tu directorio, con una seed phrase, y a partir de ahí se va a usar ese wallet para hacer las transacciones de deploy. Como ya lo he creado, usas yarn generate y eso simplemente lo va a crear, y ahora puedes hacer yarn account. Esto lo que va a hacer es, te va a coger ese mnemonic, te va a coger la primera address y ahora mismo veis que está sacando aquí por pantalla, bueno, un QR que podrías escanear y mandarle fondos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, este debería tener algo de testnet en Goerli, que ahí lo veis, ¿no? Tengo algo de balance, pero esto, por ejemplo, podéis crear vuestro wallet aquí y luego pues con vuestro wallet escanear el QR que sale más arriba y mandarle algo de fondos, ¿no? Decís, vale, ¿cómo de difícil es hacer deploy en Goerli? Goerli, para que no lo sepa, es como una testnet, ¿no? Es como una copia de mainnet con transacciones de prueba. Anteriormente, antes del merge, teníamos como Rinkeby y Koban y Ropsten, pero todas esas ya me parece que han pasado la mejor vida. ¿Cómo hacemos un deploy a Goerli? Os acordáis de esto, ¿no? Yarn deploy. Pues mirad qué sencillo. Simplemente ahora network, o sea, le ponemos con el flag de network y la network que queramos. Y esto, si funciona Internet, que ahora veremos, debería hacer un deploy en Goerli. Vamos a dejarla ver un poco. No tiene muy buena pinta, la verdad, porque si no, igual pruebo a... Sí.
Cuando haces ese deploy, ¿das limpia esta por defecto?
Sí. Mira, ahora parece que está funcionando. Sí, ahora os voy a enseñar, hay un archivo que se llama hardhatconfig y ahí puedes configurar todas estas cosas. En una testnet no es tan importante el gas, pero por ejemplo en mainnet sí que sería importante, ¿no? Tú quieres mandar una transacción y quieres poner igual un gas bajo, ¿no? Y que se ejecute cuando sea, ¿no? Eso se puede configurar tanto en el fichero de hardhatconfig que os enseño ahora, o también podríais hacer así, no me acuerdo el comando exactamente, pero es como gas price y podrías ponerle aquí el precio en way. Pero eso, si no pones nada, o sea, así, ejecuta, digamos, lo que el fichero de hardhatconfig dice por defecto, ¿vale? Entonces, cuando estamos haciendo estas cosas de network, tal, lo que estamos haciendo es sobreescribir esa llamada, ¿no? Y puede ser pues para la network, para el gas o lo que sea. Entonces, bueno, parece que se ha portado bien Internet y tenemos aquí nuestro contrato. Se ha deployado en esta transacción en esta dirección. Ahora podríamos copiar esta dirección. Nos podríamos ir a IDRScan Goerli, claro, porque no estamos en mainnet, ¿no? Ahora podríamos aquí buscar nuestra dirección del contrato. Vale, y aquí veis, genial. Veis que se han ejecutado dos transacciones. Una, la del propio deploy, y la otra, no sé si os acordáis, que que hemos cambiado el dueño, ¿no? Hemos hecho una transacción para cambiar el dueño. Otra cosa que podéis ver aquí, no sé si os llama algo la atención, es esta pestaña. No sé si habéis visto que algunos contratos, la mayoría, los que deberíais estar usando vosotros, están verificados, ¿no? Sale como el check, ¿no? El check verde cuando un contrato está verificado. Un contrato verificado simplemente te está diciendo, vale, este bytecode que hay aquí, que hemos deployado, se corresponde con este código fuente. Porque claro, tú ves esto y aquí es complicado ver, ¿no? Y es complicado auditar si a mí alguien me dice, oye, conecta tu MetaMask e interactúa con este contrato. Le voy a decir, pues no, porque claro, no sé lo que está haciendo, ¿no? Entonces, Scaffold también te ofrece una herramienta, un comando que tú puedes hacer jar verify, le diríamos lo mismo, ¿no? Network go early y luego la dirección del contrato. Y esto también a veces tarda un poquillo, pues también depende de internet. Lo que hace simplemente es eso, ¿no? Es el comando por dentro de Hardhat y verifica el contrato. Vamos a esperar un poquito a ver si hay suerte y si no pasamos a otra cosa. Entonces, bueno, os dais cuenta que con una sola herramienta, que es Scaffold, hay un montón de utilidades que te permite hacer realmente todo lo que necesitas, ¿no? O sea, porque llevamos pues 20 minutos y ya hemos deployado Smart Contract, lo estamos verificando, hemos jugado con él, hemos hecho testing. Entonces, bueno, creo que por eso Scaffold es una buena herramienta para iniciarte en el mundillo. Esto parece que tarda un poquillo. Vamos a ver si no lo dejaremos ahí, seguiremos con otras cosas y a ver si hay suerte luego. Ah, mira, ha funcionado. Justo. ¿Veis, no? Ahora ya tenemos el famoso tick verde y ahora ya, fijaos, vemos aquí y ya vemos, y bueno, no nosotros, ¿no? Que no es lo importante es la gente que va a interactuar con nuestro contrato, va a ver aquí que realmente el código fuente es el que decimos que es, ¿no? Bueno, yo creo que por esta parte de Solidity ya vale. Sí. ¿A qué te refieres? O sea, ¿si puedes traer tu propio smart contract para verificarlo aquí o cómo?
Sí, para que quede disponible con esa verificación.
Ah, o sea, te refieres a este comando, ¿no? Del jar verify. Claro, el verify, claro, por debajo, digamos que está cableado para que agarre los comandos, o sea, los contratos que están en el proyecto. O sea, no podrías verificar un contrato que no está dentro de tu entorno porque no tendrías el código fuente, ¿sabes? Dices aquí, o sea, tú traes en Scaffold y pones tu contrato aquí y dices, sí, ahí sin problema, o sea, sí.
Y usando este comando justamente me permite hacer esa verificación.
Eso es. Que también, no sé si alguien lo ha dicho por ahí, se puede hacer también de forma manual. Tú también puedes ir en Etherscan, puedes ir y hay como aquí dentro de la parte de contratos, bueno, que lo he cerrado ya, creo. Pero aquí en la parte de contrato también hay como ¿es tu contrato? Verifícalo. Y entonces es como un proceso. Lo que pasa, claro, aquí tendrías pues, que pegar el código fuente. Aquí en este caso es muy sencillo porque al final, fijaos, tenemos 3 archivos. Nuestro contrato y el de Ownable que estamos extendiendo y el de context, ¿no? Que usa el de Ownable. Entonces es muy fácil, solo habría que pegar esos archivos y ya estaría. Pero a veces algún smart contract puede tener 20 o 25 dependencias y entonces con este comando, fijaos que eso es. Nada. ¿Sí? Sí, ya te entiendo. Claro, ten en cuenta que no es tan importante. Te refieres a esto, ¿no? No es tan importante que sea dinámico porque claro, esto solo se va a ejecutar una vez, ¿no? O sea, cuando este deploy ya viene con un test suite y bueno, fijaos aquí, podemos ver un ejemplo, ¿no? Esto lo que está haciendo, describir el contrato, se llama your contract, ¿no? Y te dice, vale, debería deployar nuestro contrato. Entonces tú le pasas a esto, si esto ya fallase, ya te daría un error el test. Pero esto lo normal es que no pase, ¿no? Decís, vale, este es el caso del contrato que tenemos de prueba y le estamos diciendo, vale, queremos poner un nuevo propósito, esta nueva variable, entonces estamos diciendo, vale, nuestro contrato, llamamos a la función de setear el nuevo propósito y le pasamos el parámetro. Entonces esto es lo más importante del test, que es el expect, ¿no? Que es como el assert. Le estamos diciendo, vale, hemos hecho esto, hemos llamado a esta función y entonces ahora esperamos que nuestro contrato, si leemos la variable propósito, equivalga a este propósito. Así básicamente es como funciona todo. O sea, harías los tests, pues que cuando este usuario mande este dinero, manda al otro, esto tiene que ser igual a 1. Entonces, así es como una manera más automática de test. Entonces, tú haces un cambio de smart contract y lanzas los tests y te va a explotar, te va a decir, no, esto no funciona. ¿Sí? Que aquí tiene, tío, estoy intentando daros como una visión un poco global de todo, pero claro, aquí tiene mucho para bucear, tiene mucha cosa, ¿no? Simplemente comentaros brevemente el tema ya que hemos hecho la parte de smart contract, sería la parte del front, ¿no? Yo os recomiendo que aquí, por defecto, Scaffold viene con un ejemplo de UI. Otra vez, no os fijéis si es bonito o feo, ¿no? O sea, aquí lo importante es que esto está hecho en React, que hay ciertos componentes, ciertas utilidades y que podéis interactuar con los contratos. Luego esto le podríais dar la forma con CSS o usando otras librerías, la forma que quisierais y que se viese muy bonito, ¿no? Aquí yo os recomiendo que veáis, para aprender cómo está el tema del front, ir al package React App y aquí tenéis, digamos, todos los componentes, hooks y utilidades que trae Scaffold y en el caso de Example UI podéis venir aquí y veis cómo se están usando las distintas utilidades, los distintos componentes que vienen con Scaffold. Por ejemplo, aquí pues tenemos un componente de address, de React, ¿no? Que tú le pasas una dirección y automáticamente te carga una dirección en la que puedes clicar y te va a ir al scan, tiene para copiar, ¿no? Ciertas utilidades, bueno, que te facilitan un poco la vida. Tenemos también pues para hacer transacciones, ¿no? Aquí quieres hacer una transacción con tu smart contract, ¿no? Mintear tu NFT. Pues tendrías aquí, decir, mira, tenemos el componente de transacción, cogemos todos los contratos que están de escritura y llevamos esta función. Entonces, yo os recomiendo que, no voy a entrar mucho en detalle, pero os recomiendo que vengáis aquí y veáis pues, el componente React, cómo está montado para interactuar con el contrato. Y aquí, bueno, tenéis más componentes, ¿no? De balance, de eventos.
For everyone that we interact with, if we wanted to. There's also an interesting use case for enabling cross-chain operations. There are many ways to do that. Yeah, that's just something that becomes a lot easier once you have this functionality built into the protocol. There's also some savings that you get from just being able to batch different transactions together. Also from being able to guarantee that the transactions are going to execute with atomicity. So for some things, it's useful if everything happens together, and if everything doesn't happen together, then you don't want it to happen. Because it wouldn't make sense for the transactions to execute separately. Whether this happens like in a gaming environment, or there are some like financial scenarios. I mean, imagine the simplest one would be you have to give some authorization to a contract to perform an action on your behalf, and then you want to give them like another transaction to actually perform the transaction, and those both need to execute together. Otherwise, you just wasted gas. And there's a sort of general use case that's interesting where you can actually implement these time delay flows. So, for example, let's say I want to be selling my ETH when it hits 5,000, but I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't want to sit in front of my computer. So it would be possible for me to just pre-create the transaction, but make it conditional on certain things happening. Like, okay, only if the price of ETH is 5,000, or only after this time, or whatever the condition is. And so my wallet would agree to execute and pay for the gas for that transaction, and also maybe a transaction fee, and you would put that into a registry, and the registry of future time-delayed or event-driven transactions, and searchers, they would be able to monitor this registry and see, oh, like these are transactions that their conditions have just been met, so they can compete on executing it for you. And that opens up a whole range of interesting use cases, because now it doesn't have to be you that pulls the trigger at the exact moment the conditions are met. If the conditions are met, the transaction will be executed for you by searchers, and it could be time delayed. It could be based on essentially like whatever the conditions make sense. Maybe another example would be, there's an NFT series, and you have to be, or I don't know, like an event that you have to subscribe to for in a certain time window. Okay, so a little bit about ERC 4337, which is, this is the standard that we have been working on, and Paul here is the guy who implemented the contracts. So yeah, please, if there are any technical mistakes, correct me. Okay. So this is the first step towards protocol level account abstraction. The nice thing about our approach is that it doesn't require any change to the rules of consensus. So we can kind of experiment for free, and we don't have to solve governance in advance. The way we're doing it is, okay, we essentially create a mempool, a new type of mempool, for anyone that wants to participate in this, and a single. You don't need more than a single network. This mempool, essentially it accepts something that is essentially a transaction. We're calling it user operation, but a user operation is equivalent to a transaction, but it's a transaction that works with these account contracts. So what that does is it makes contract wallets a first-class citizen, and it totally does away with the need for having an EOA. You don't need an EOA to control this account. And I mean the way that works. Maybe a little bit about how that works. You have it's kind of similar to how Flashbots, MEV, private mempools. Like the principle behind it is you can have a mempool where bundlers, they are provided an incentive to submit your transaction, essentially we took that idea, or originally this was Vitalik's idea, and we added the gas abstraction part to it to make it more general purpose. And then the bundlers, their job is to just take these user operations, and eventually they bundle them together and they submit them as when they're creating bundles that are go to the to actual blocks. Okay. The other advantage of doing things this way is that we're separating validation from execution. So you can have so if I'm a bundler and I am paying for the gas of your transaction, there's some risk involved for me, because what happens if if you don't pay me? What happens if I execute your transaction on chain and turns out that it ends up well, at the very least you expect to be repaid in gas, because otherwise why would you participate in the scheme? So to make it very safe for bundlers to participate, what we've done is we've provided a contract level guarantee that you're always going to be paid back, regardless of what happens with your transaction when it's executed on chain. So we've separated validation from execution, and what the bundler needs to do when they accept the transaction, they're just verifying that they're doing this off chain initially. Just okay, if I accept your transaction, And I'm calling this view function, and am I going to be paid back for the gas? That's all they're verifying. So it's pretty cheap for them to do that. And later, totally separately, when the transaction is submitted, it gets executed, but by then you don't really care as a bundler. Even if it reverts, it's your problem, just like with a normal transaction, because you're still going to get paid. And without this, it wouldn't really be possible to create a permissionless pool of bundlers that are participating in this protocol, because the bundlers would have to trust that they're not going to get cheated.
Just one, we use the term bundler, which are node validators, just like any node validator, that also support account abstraction. And one of them is enough to run a network. The more there are, the network is more resilient to censorship and other things. But a bundler eventually all validators, hopefully, will be also bundlers.
Right. So right now we have, so exactly, you don't need a consensus chain. You don't need like 51% of validators participating in this scheme, because ultimately you're generating just regular legal blocks. And we have Nethermind as an implementation that is supporting this. The more clients support this, the faster your transactions are going to get executed. But yeah. Okay, so with ERC 4337, then once we have this scheme, we can also use it to make rollups cheaper, because you can batch transaction, you can aggregate signatures. So yeah, that's another advantage. And like I said, it doesn't require any protocol changes. So on any EVM chain, we can start experimenting with this. Is there anything you want to
add? Yeah. Okay. Technically, a bundler can run as a separate entity. It is much, much better for it to be a node, to be more resilient. So the way to add it right now, the way we are currently adding it unguardedly, because it's still on test, is adding it as a separate server. The wallets don't care its implementation. In order to be highly scalable and to be able to batch more, it has to be a node in the network. Nethermind already have a node that can run on Nethermind. And there's a work to add it also with a get code.
So what's next? Well, yes, we can start experimenting and have account abstraction in any EVM compatible chain without consensus changes. But the goal is to do away with EOAs eventually. We don't need EOAs. And we know we're going to have to move away from them eventually at some point. And there are various ways of thinking about this. So we want to have account abstraction as a basic feature of the protocol, but we want to do it in a way that doesn't enshrine any particular wallet or gives an unfair advantage to any particular wallet. And because the EOAs are a fact, and they're very, very common, and they probably will be until we move away from them, and will take a few years, we need a way to convert EOAs seamlessly to smart contracts. So there will be some default implementation where, yes, everything in the future is an abstract account, including EOAs. But if you haven't upgraded your EOA, if you haven't inserted code into your EOA, if you haven't activated it in some way, then it just behind the scenes continues behaving like an EOA, but it has the functionality requiring allowing you to upgrade it. Of course, this would require a consensus change, and there's various ways it can be achieved, we're discussing. One way would be we create a new transaction type, and then you can set the code for your EOA. This is now the code that's running your EOA. Or there's also been a suggestion, EIP 3074, maybe that in combination with another EIP. We could also set default proxy contract for all addresses. Dol, you want to add anything?
Yeah, by default, that basically two options. One of them to let a user decide the exact point of time where he wants to upgrade its EOA into a contract wallet, either using a transaction type or new opcode or such. The other way is to decide that at one point of time, all EOAs start using some default implementation we've deployed and tested thoroughly before, which behaves exactly like an EOA. So all users will not notice the difference, except that from now they have a way to modify, to replace the actual implementation.
So they have a smart contract that just behaves exactly like an EOA until they decide otherwise, right?
Yes. The basic contract doesn't offer any of the advanced features we described earlier, except the one feature, which is replace implementation. The user can replace implementation. Once it is replaced, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, which
all
are the use cases that we've,
the use cases and all the use cases that other people will try to find.
Okay.
Okay, I think that is, if anyone has a question.
Well, we still, now we're going to talk about, well, how do you join this?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
yeah. So how do you join this account abstraction revolution? You can start experimenting with ERC 4337 right away. And at ETH Bogotá, we had 8 wonderful submissions. This is something that's already working. So you don't have to wait. You can add useful features like the one we discussed, batching or key recovery, or any of the things that we've been talking about. You could build features that were totally not possible with EOAs that we haven't thought about. And if you do, if you're building anything cool, then you should definitely apply for an EF grant, because we want to see this. We want to see this used and adopted, and we want to see the experimentation, and want to update this presentation with more interesting use cases. So definitely apply for an EF grant if you have a cool idea that builds on ERC, on this ERC. The other thing is, if you are building a dApp, you have to think about a future where contract wallets are first-class citizens. I mean, contract wallets are already pretty common, especially for teams. Multisigs are an example. But still, many dApps assume that they're going to be interacting with an EOA. And that is just an obstacle for us to move forward. It means your dApp already can't interact with things like Gnosis Safe Wallet. If you're assuming, you're making assumptions such as, how signatures are validated. So there are easy ways to make your dApp compatible, both with smart contracts right away and abstract accounts in the future. And that's ERC 1271, which just it checks if the caller has code, and then there's a mechanism where it can just invoke a function, instead of assuming that they can rely on this ECDSA key. The other one is if you can benefit from batching in your user interface, and many dApps, especially games, can, then you should check if you're connected to a contract wallet that supports it, and that will create a better experience for your users. It will save gas costs. The other thing is with how gas is paid. So if you have a dApp, you should think about different types of gas payment models. I mean, an easy example is if you have a token, then it makes sense perhaps that your users should be able to pay for the transactions in your token when you're using your dApp. And if you don't have a token or you want to subsidize your users, that's easily accomplished with account abstraction. You set up, you set up a contract that authorizes to reimburse your users for whatever criteria you feel comfortable with. Maybe the onboarding process, maybe they have to perform some action, but it's something that's possible now. And a lot of the improvements that we're going to get for dApp usability is going to also require some wallet support. So wallets are an important part of usability for dApps. And as a dApp developer, you have some influence by collaborating with wallet devs, saying, okay, this is something that would be beneficial for my use case, and you can have a bit of an influence by just saying, okay, this is useful for me. I need this feature in the wallet. For example, supporting account abstraction. So, other than talking with us, we're happy to help anyone that's implementing different use cases. We do have an SDK up. Later, Yoav will share on his Twitter the links. But there's an SDK. There's an SDK.
Or you can come up to us and we'll give you.
Yeah, or we'll just give you. But I think I can just like open this right now and show like where this is pointing to. Wait, this is very small. Why is it so small? Yeah. So we have our SDK. It's on GitHub, ETH Infinitism, account abstraction.
It's not the SDK, it's the contract.
Oh, where's the SDK?
ETH Infinitism bundler.
Okay. Oh, the link is broken then. All right, we'll fix that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Infinitism. Okay. Oh, this is the SDK. Yes. Okay.
This is the reference implementation of a bundler, simple bundler, and the SDK.
Oh, cool.
Package.
Okay. So that's the SDK. We will fix the link later. You can also read up on the ERC. And maybe that's the right link. No, that's for the yeah.
That's the ERC itself.
Yeah, that's the ERC itself. So you can read the ERC. It's very detailed, but you can get very precise understanding of how it works. There's also a discussion on the Ethereum Magicians forum, and of course, it's nice to be able to talk with people. So we have a Discord. We have a Discord server, and you're very welcome to join and ask questions. And even after this event, like if there's something that you don't get to ask us in person. And yeah, maybe now we will just take some questions.
Yeah. Yes, over there. In terms of development roadmap, what we've developed are the interfaces and the core contract that performs this magic. We call it entry point. It was audited, but then was extensively modified to support L2s. That is not yet audited. We still have some work on it. The API probably won't change, so a wallet will be able to work. So it's not deployed on mainnet, only on testnet currently. But you can create and start experimenting with wallets on top of that. The interface of a wallet, the change a wallet needs to be, it's quite minimal. I can go through it, adding a single method or two. Yeah, we have a sample. We have a sample that adds account abstraction support to Gnosis Safe. You add a module and you basically make okay, a single owner, Gnosis Safe, an account abstracted compatible. So yes, you can create, and there are some work on creating wallets today. In terms of applications, yes, it's chicken and egg. Application needs a wallet in order to work. There is a way, no, it's for basically for a hackathon. An application can work without a wallet, but it's not something that your user want to sign blindly a hash. If you're good with that, it's also possible to with an application can work with account abstraction even today. Yes? The way gas abstraction works is that when you submit a user op, the contract itself validates itself, the signature and its nonce, and in order to accept the request. But there's also a pointer to what we call a paymaster. A paymaster is a contract that before submitting the transaction has a chance to decide whether it agrees to pay or not. If it says okay, that is, it doesn't revert, it will use its own balance, its own stake, and everything to pay for this transaction. Now, what this paymaster does on chain depends on the paymaster. So the most obvious example of a paymaster is that the validation will be, I will check that this user has a balance of enough DAI and has approval from me to use this DAI, and I will grab enough DAI to cover this transaction. So, and at the end, I will refund it with the excess. So eventually, I pay, the user pays with tokens for the transaction. This is most, it's the most obvious use case of a paymaster, but there are other use cases. If you want a voting dApp and you don't want the user to pay anything, okay. So the check is that the user is eligible to vote. If a user is eligible to vote and didn't vote yet, I agree to pay. It's another example of a paymaster. Other examples are still open. You can write whatever you like.
So just to contrast, right now, if you're using Gnosis Safe, then someone on your team has to like pay the ETH from their account, right? Even if the Gnosis Safe has plenty of ETH, someone still needs to like pay from their own account just to have that transaction finalized. So with account abstraction, that wouldn't be necessary. Your account will be able to pay for yourself, and this doesn't require a paymaster. But let's say you're safe, or going back to the Gnosis Safe example, if a Gnosis Safe doesn't hold any ETH, or doesn't hold sufficient ETH, where you don't want to have to care about the balance and continually like exchanging and topping it off, then whatever you have a balance of, assuming it's enough to pay for the gas, you would essentially include in your transaction a reference to something we're calling a token paymaster. And a token paymaster can be a completely autonomous contract on chain that it just it accepts tokens. It would pay for the transaction in ETH, and then it would settle in some way. So an older reference implementation recreated was just using Uniswap in that single transaction, which was kind of expensive. There are cheaper ways of doing it. But it's like very simple. In one single atomic transaction, it gets paid. It gets an sort of an allowance in whatever token you have. It pays for the gas. It charges the transaction fee, and then it gives you back the remaining tokens. So with account abstraction, if you want to use that, for example, then you would just include the entity that is paying for the gas is the token paymaster, but there is a way for the token paymaster, to receive a commitment from your account to pay it back. So it's not just subsidizing the transaction, though that's also possible.
Any other question? Yes.
So my intuition with what this kind of turns into is that, like, I think a lot of people here probably have like a wallet on their phone. They probably have their MetaMask in their browser. They probably have a ledger. Maybe they also have a multi-sig. I think with like this account abstraction idea, it's just like making a single wallet more expressive. And so my intuition is that, like, while I have like all like 5, 6 different wallets that I touch on a semi-regular basis, all of that is going to be able to be consolidated because of the expressive
Yes, it makes it possible. Right now, you have to split it because of a different concern. If you need some corporate level security using a Gnosis safe, and if you want a game, you will use MetaMask, and if you use a private, you use Trezor. Now, if you want them all in a single address, yes, you will be able to do it with account abstraction. Probably, you still might have multiple abstracted accounts for different purposes, but for different reasons. If the reason to have multiple addresses is only security, then yes, you will be able to use an abstracted account to find something that can cover all bases.
Yeah, because you can just limit your risk exposure to each device, depending on how much you trust it.
Again, I'm not saying that there will be one wallet that will give you all these use cases. You'll find a wallet that gives you all the use cases you need and use that. And you always can switch. I think the first use case of a signature is chain signature. Just think of it. You start using MetaMask, and after a few years, you collected a lot of NFTs and a lot of money, but you can't change the security model. Your browser holds your private key, so you have no idea if anyone hacked into your computer and grabbed it through a copy of your computer. Without changing the address, you can't change the security. With account abstraction, with single operation of change owner, now the Trezor on the same account. Even if with the basic simple account, I just changed the owner, and now I am really secured because the previous private key is no longer relevant.
Yeah, even before you get into the really fancy stuff that you can do with account abstraction, the basics are actually pretty useful just by themselves, because right now, if anything goes wrong, then it's really hard to transfer everything from one EOA to another. I mean, you would have to create separate transactions for each asset that you hold. That could be pretty expensive. And if your computer got compromised, you might need to do that in a huge hurry, you know? So it's just not the best situation to be in. Even very simple improvements like this will make a big difference.
Yes? Okay. So you can come as perfect. Sorry. Thank you.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Congratulations on the work. Amazing.
Thank you.
So, at the end result, we will do the RC, and that will be implemented at the protocol level. At the end.
In the long run, yes.
Yeah.
But the idea is like this. You create an account today.
Yeah.
You walk through a different way to on-chain. Can be an existing account. It has to be a new account.
Yeah.
And you're using it as bundlers, miners. But you know that this address will be valid in the long run. And in the future, this is going to be a triangle. Hopefully.
Okay, yeah, hopefully. So is it possible on the meanwhile, or is it something happening, for example, that private providers, service providers, they actually, like, is there
What's
some,
the provider?
like a different account abstraction groups working in a different approach, and then maybe they're selling the service. Like I go there and I pay a fee or whatever for free, I get
was shut down. So after we had this three-way consensus split, we decided at some point, okay, it's just too hard. We're going to deprecate the Kintsugi test. I already talked a bit about Hive. We use Hive to execute a bunch of tests, and most of them are spec tests. So we, for the specification, we create test cases, and Hive found an incredible amount of bugs. So shout out to Mario, I think he's sitting here. And so, for example, we had a division by zero in the exchange transition configuration call. Some rules around the time step didn't really work, and so Hive really found a lot of issues that we have. And then we had testing the merge effort, which was really nice. Over 400 people got involved with testing the merge. They sent transactions on their testnets. They set up nodes, reported issues, and the most important thing, they created documentation. the miners back then voted to increase the gas.
Hey.
And eventually we also want to test the page. And this community efforts makes me really happy that so many people are interested in this, are interested in contributing their time. So if you want to become part of this, I want to give a special thanks to all of these.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us today. Today we'll give an introduction to cryptoeconomics, both in a theoretical setting and also in an applied setting. So I'm Julian. I'm a research assistant at the Robust Incentives Group, which is a research part of the Ethereum Foundation. And here's Barnabé. He's the team lead of the Robust Incentives Group. So let's get started. We'll first start with a section about what cryptoeconomics theoretically is. And it's supposed to be interactive, so if you have any questions anywhere, please just raise your hand. And at the end of each section, we'll have a moment for questions or discussion if you'd like. So cryptoeconomics has a special place in the protocol. It's not as hard-baked as cryptography in the sense that we verify what people are doing. It's not that we 100% sure know what's happening, but we use economic incentives to induce people to follow what they're supposed to do, what the protocol wants them to do. So if you're a network participant doubting whether you should do the right thing or adhere to another set of rules that you prefer, maybe it makes you more money, maybe it's easier, whatever preference you have, cryptoeconomics is here to guide you. We have some incentives for you to follow what the protocol wants to do, and we could punish you if you do something that's not aligned with the protocol. So then why is cryptoeconomics different from just regular old economics? Well, it's the environment. We live in a very different environment with the decentralization and trustlessness that makes economics a lot more difficult. We cannot rely on an outside law enforcement that makes people follow what we do. Instead, it's a very adversarial environment where we only assume that people are rational, meaning that people maximize their own payoffs, and and do what's best for them. This is also what makes it very exciting, in my opinion. So where crypto economics really started was with the game theory of the Bitcoin protocol. So game theory is the study of strategic behavior, or how you would respond to situations in which other people also make decisions about how they behave. Importantly for the Bitcoin protocol, is that you have a decision in which chain to mine. You could either mine on the longest chain or on another fork. And this decision is something that every miner actually has to make. And you're incentivized to mine on the longest chain because you'll get some issuance rewards and fees. And if you mine on another chain and it's not included in the canonical chain, you'll only waste your energy spending on this, meaning that you're incentivized to do the right thing. Now, in game theory, we usually put these kind of games into tables to make it easier for ourselves to see what's happening, what other players are doing, and how we can determine our own strategy. So as you can see here, assume that you're a Bitcoin miner doubting to mine on the longest chain, what you're supposed to do, or on another chain for the next block. And all of the other miners we've aggregated into one group as well, and they're simultaneously deciding on their strategy as well. So in this table, the first emoji corresponds to the utility or payoff of the person in the first column, so that's you as a miner. And the second emoji corresponds to what all of the other players are doing. And we can see that since all the other players are, in this situation, mining on the same chain, they'll always be happy as that chain will be the canonical chain. However, for you deciding on which chain to mine on, it's important to think about whether you're going to on the longest chain or on the other chain. And then how you could determine your strategy is to see, given that other people are mining on the longest chain, what maximizes my payoff? Well, in this case, mining on the longest chain as well. And given that other players are mining on another chain, what maximizes my payoff? Well, mining on the other chain. This is simple as far. Clicker. Can we do the clicker? There we are. Thank you. So since every player in this situation has the same strategy, we actually end up in a point where there's a steady state. Everyone mines on the same chain, hopefully. And the steady state is what we call a Nash equilibrium, because no one has a strict incentive to deviate from this situation. So if you're mining on the launch chain, if you mine on another chain, it means that your payoff will be less, meaning that you don't have an incentive to deviate. So this is the game theory part of crypto economics. A small introduction. Now we'll introduce a bit more theory called mechanism design. So mechanism design is really the study of designing strategic situations with game theory in mind. So how can we make games so that the payoff or the outcome is how we want it to be? An example could be when we're designing an auction. We want people to have an easy way to bid. So for example, bid their true valuation of something. And we want that to be incentive compatible with the protocol. So incentive compatibility means that the designers have a goal in mind, and the strategy that users are going to deploy reaches that goal. So in that case, we could use game theory to see what's the strategy and how can we design around this. And it's always very important to take into account what you're actually designing for. So there have been some famous mistakes, for example, some Olympic Games where the pools weren't made correctly and some teams actually both try to lose, which is a very weird setting. Okay, so then if we turn back to our example of the miners in Bitcoin, Bitcoin enforces that everyone mines on the longest chain, which is what the protocol wants them to do, by issuing rewards only for those mined on the longest chain. So this was a section about game theory and mechanism design and a bit more theoretical setting. Later we'll dive more into applied settings. But if anyone has any suggestions, questions, or anything, please just raise your hand. If not, we'll just continue to how the gas market works. So many of you have probably heard of Vitalik's speech this morning. He talked a bit about the gas market, and I'll try to elaborate a bit on that. So the gas market is basically, for any transaction that you send to Ethereum, you pay gas. And how this gas is constructed is dependent on the amount of operations and the type of operations that you do in that transaction. So each operation or opcode has a fixed amount of gas units that are associated with it. So for example, multiplying two numbers costs 5 units of gas, and adding two numbers costs 3 units of gas. And this ratio is relatively defined, so 5-3 ratio, and this doesn't change. But this may be weird because, as you may have noticed, the amount that you pay for your transactions isn't actually fixed. This is because the amount of ETH that you pay per gas unit, so these are two separate markets, is determined by supply and demand. It's important to have this distinction between the amount of gas units and the amount of ETH that you pay per gas unit. So we have a gas limit to preserve decentralization, which is of course a goal of the protocol. And this is done because if we could make the trade-off for a higher gas limit, so more gas units per block, this means lower fees, more transactions, but it means less decentralization because less people would be able to participate in the protocol, less people would be able to validate, meaning that we miss one of the goals of decentralization. And how blocks are in principle made is that a miner sees all of the transactions that come into the mempool, and they choose the transactions that pay the highest fee per gas unit, and they basically just fill their block with the highest paid transactions. At the end, the rationality assumption that we talked about before. Important to note here as well is that this is the pre-ERP 1559 gas market. I'll talk a bit about this ERP later, but this is the simplest setting how it was before some time ago in Ethereum. Then this auction for block space, so an auction in which we sell a scarce resource, which is block space, which is what the Ethereum protocol sells, is actually a first price auction. So players bid for the transaction to be included, and if they win the bid, win the auction, they just pay their bid and they're included. However, this is not an ideal setting because it's very difficult as a user to know what to bid exactly. If you bid your true valuation, you get your transaction in, but you also pay everything in gas fees, so you're not really better off. So you're going to shade a bit and going to bid a bit lower, 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 but you don't really know how much to bid. And it's also difficult for the protocol because in some cases, people that actually have more valuable transactions that were willing to bid more are not included, while people that have lower value transactions are included because it's difficult to determine your bidding strategy. So then how could we design an auction mechanism for Ethereum in which block space is sold in an incentive-compatible manner so that people can just bid their true valuation and do not have to worry about shading? Well, we have second price auctions. In principle, these are very simple. We are auctioning off the scarce resource again, block space, and if you win an auction, you pay the second highest bid. So for example, if I bid 10 ETH, you bid 14 ETH, and two other people bid 5 and 1 ETH, you win the auction with your 14 ETH bid, but you only pay my bid of 10 ETH, which is the second highest bid. And the nice thing about this property is that we can mathematically prove that in this case, it's dominant strategy incentive compatible. And this means that every person has a strategy independent of what other players are doing to simply bid their true valuation. This maximizes their utility, maximizes their payoff, and because every user is going to do this, we end up in the Nash equilibrium we talked about before. And this is actually great because now we have a Nash equilibrium that we as a protocol want. So why wouldn't we just implement the second price auction? This is an open question, so if anyone has a suggestion why we can't implement the second price auction in Ethereum, unless you know already. Sorry? Yeah, so what are you suggesting then? So you mean that you know that what everyone bids, so you can't implement a second price auction because then you can just bid yourself. Yeah, exactly. So because of the adversarial setting, miners will maximize their payoff. So let's say that you have a block in which there are 4 transactions, one paying 10 fees, 8 fees, 7 fees, and 2 fees. And we'll assume here that the second price version works in the case where you just pay the lowest transaction that's included in the block. Then every user will have to pay 2 fees if the miner uses the real transactions. However, the miner can, in the adversarial setting, maximize their payoff by stuffing the block with a known transaction. So they switch out the transaction paying 2 fees, insert 1 of 6, and now 3 people pay 6 in fees instead of 4 people paying 8, meaning that they maximize their payoff. And this is something that can be easily done by a miner and is very difficult to detect. Therefore, we can't implement these kind of mechanisms, which is unfortunate, because as we have seen, there are quite a few negative consequences of first price auctions. For example, the priority gas auction, or PGA for short. This means that if there's a very valuable block space, you may want to have your transaction included before other players. So for example, if there is an NFT minting and there's only one NFT, you want to be the first one to mint this NFT, but other players may also want to mint it. So let's say this NFT is worth 100 ETH. You're willing to pay up to 100 ETH in gas fees, but of course you want to shade your bid as much as possible and pay as little as possible. And that's what we see here. On the y-axis, we see gas bids in gray, and in the and on the x-axis we see time. And the orange triangles are bids by one bot who is searching through Ethereum, seeing if there are valuable transactions they want to bid for. And the blue is a similar bot, but just a different one. On the green star, we see where the bot that won, and the red bulge is the bot that lost. And you see that the bids are increasing over time, outbidding each other iteratively by small amounts to maximize their payoff. And now, why this is exactly bad for the protocol is because it spams the mempool. It makes sure that even transactions that don't win, so transactions that aren't the green one, are also included in the block because they pay a lot of gas fees, so miners are incentivized to include them in the block, meaning that the block is filled up with transactions that revert, they do nothing, and they basically only waste block space. And since block space is now more scarce, base fees or gas fees go up, which is bad for everyone, of course. So an elegant solution that was thought of for this is ERP-1559, as I spoke about before. And basically what this does is it transforms the fee market into something that resembles more of a second price auction. So now, up until ERP-1559, you just pay the gas fees, and those go to the block builder, and they can put all of their profits in the pocket. But now there's a base fee that's determined by the protocol, and an amount that you give to the block builder, and this base fee is burnt. So there's no incentive for people to try and make off-chain agreements, giving you part of the base fee. And this makes the bidding for block space very different, because now blocks in general aren't full, so miners are just incentivized to include whichever transaction pays them enough tip to be included. So bidding has become a lot easier. You basically just pay the base fee, you add a very small amount of GUI that's constant over time, and this means that your strategy of bidding is basically incentive compatible with how the protocol wants you to do. So it resembles kind of a second price auction. And users can just bid their true value. And also, it's a common misconception that ERP-1559 decreases total fees or gas fees that users pay. And this is not the case, because it's only a mechanism of how users bid for their transactions to be included. The block space in the long run is not increased, meaning that gas fees don't decrease, because the supply and demand are still the same. So that was the part about gas fees. If anyone has a question, ERP-1559 is quite interesting, so I'd be happy to take anything. But otherwise, we'll just continue with maximum extractable value, which is also a very interesting subject. It's a subject which has a lot of applications, and there are many papers written about this, so it's definitely worth checking out. But we'll give a brief introduction to it. So maximum extractable value means that you extract as much value as you can from the Ethereum network. So how this is done is we'll start by looking at how transactions come into the block, as we talked about before. Users submit their transactions, and they're included in the mempool at first, in which all block builders, searchers are people who extract MEV, can look, and they try to maximize their own payoff. So for example, if you submit a transaction to the mempool trading token A for token B, and it's a very large trade, the price of this pair is going to switch. So as someone searching through the mempool, you could think that this is going to happen, it's going to happen. So in that case, I'll bid, place a transaction just before this in the block, so that I can buy token B before it increases in price, meaning that I have an arbitrage, so risk-free profit. And this is what happens a lot. And why this is possible is because the ordering in the block is not fixed. It's not the case that if you submit your transaction, it's included in the block on a time basis. Anyone can shift the order, or actually builders can shift the order, or if someone is willing to pay for it, they can shift the order as well, meaning that they could extract any value from users in the Ethereum network. So interestingly about this, this is very similar in some sense to high-frequency trading in traditional finance. But in blockchain, the difference is that you can actually execute these strategies atomically, meaning that if you have one transaction in the mempool that you would like to do some MEV on, you can include your transactions only if they're profitable. So in this case, there's really no way to lose money. So this all sounds very bad. Users are being value extracted. It makes execution worse for users. Why wouldn't we just forbid MEV? Well, it's not as simple. MEV is quite a powerful force, so we'll have a look at why some people think MEV is good and why some people think MEV is bad. So on the one hand, people argue that MEV is bad because searchers find almost all transactions in the mempool that they can do MEV on, and they make sure that your execution is as bad as possible, which is of course not something that you like. Also, interestingly, MEV incentivizes centralization. This is, again, if we walk back to the comparison with high-frequency trading in traditional finance, these are usually corporations with multi-billion-dollar budgets. They have very big infrastructure operations, and some similar argument can be made for MEV. You need to scan the mempool. There are multiple strategies that require high investments, meaning that there is economies to scale, which is a centralizing force, which is of course not something which you want. And it's actually been quoted as one of the threats to Ethereum. Searches waste block space. This is what we saw before in the priority gas auctions, where transactions that are reverted or do nothing are included, pushing up gas prices. And MEV searches are generally very smart. So they could put their time and efforts into building other great projects that contribute to the ecosystem. But some people argue that this is very bad. On the other hand, there's an argument to be made that MEV is good, or maybe this is a bit unnuanced. MEV might not be extremely good, but it's worth extracting, or the way to deal with MEV is not to just ignore it. There's an argument that some searches provide very valuable services to the network. For example, if there are two liquidity pools, and in the one pool, token A and B are trading for, well, you can get 5 token B for 1 token A, and then the other pool, you can get 10 token B for 1 token A. This is, of course, a mismatch, and searchers, they can do an arbitrage transaction here, making the prices, again, equal, so that users in general have better execution if they trade in one of these pools randomly. Also liquidations for lending platforms. If there's bad debt, searchers liquidate, and the people that lend out the money are protected. And these are generally recognized as quite good parts of MEV. MEV can be redistributed. So this is an interesting line of research where the idea is that you extract all of the MEV, but then the MEV is redistributed to users. For example, as a user, if you submit a large transaction that's going to shift prices, you could make an agreement with someone that's going to extract from you. Let's say they make 1 ETH profit by extracting from you. You could get an agreement saying that, okay, you have to pay me back at least 90% or something of this extraction, and then it's fine. So in this case, MEV wouldn't be as toxic as it would be normally. And another big argument is that MEV needs to be extracted to ensure protocol safety. There are quite some proposals to ensure protocol safety by other means, but the extraction and redistribution seems like an argument which is very holistic, meaning that users don't fall through the cracks. And there are no incentives to be very quick or not. Okay, so it's very difficult to say whether MEV is actually very good or if it's particularly bad. It's easy to say that MEV cannot be ignored. Why it's not really settled is because there are lots of nuances as well. For example, some backruns that we talked about before that make sure that prices in liquidity pools are equal are seen as bad. For example, if you have a lot of transactions trading ETH for Bitcoin and Bitcoin for ETH, and the other way around, you can first align all of the transactions trading ETH for Bitcoin, and then backrun by basically first having all of the users pay up the price and then taking a free arbitrage profit, which would be seen as a bad backrun. So not all MEV can be detected, and not all MEV can be easily classified into good or bad, meaning that it's not as easy to say that we should do particular things with it. However, there are things to be done. So some responsibility lies with dApp developers. You could design your dApps with, for example, mechanism design and game theory in mind, such that your users aren't extracted from too much. This is something that's very important and is an increasing line of research. And we can't say that all of the responsibility lies with dApp developers, because some MEV cannot be mitigated by only one dApp. It's a contribution of multiple factors, multiple transactions that may be unrelated, meaning that there is also a role for the protocol to make sure that users aren't extracted too much from. Okay, so now we'll be going a bit into ongoing research that we do at the EF, at the Robust Incentives Group. So I would also like to invite Barnabé for this. And if you have any questions, do let us know. And otherwise, we'll be happy to talk about what we do. We do basically crypto-economic research on the foundation of the assumptions that we talked about earlier. So are there any questions about what we've talked about up till now? Yeah. Do you mean with 4844? Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't hear it. I think MEV it's also irrespective of sharding in some sense. So there are, for example, cross-domain MEV opportunities that don't simply disappear because of sharding. So no, I don't think it would disappear. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Hi. I guess it could be mitigated somehow if most of the user transactions move to like rollups, and rollups are the ones who use the data sharding facilities that we're now building at protocol level. In that case, most of the MEV maybe accumulates at the rollup level, and you might not see so much of it at the base layer of Ethereum. But yeah, as Julian said, because rollups don't just live in their single world, for instance, you have designs for pooled liquidity where different rollups could use the same liquidity that resides at the base layer or at some settlement layer. You could see that some of the MEV sort of percolates down to where the liquidity is. So many people, I think, are trying to build models, including us. So rollup economics is something that we're trying to think about to see how the value flows from the users to the protocols, to protocols which are on top of Ethereum. And MEV is a part of it. Yeah.
Basically, from the side of the user, in the liquidity pool, it's called the sandwich attack.
Yeah.
You are in the middle. I'm learning.
Great. Yeah. So maybe I'll explain what the sandwich attack is in general. If there's a transaction moving prices, you can put your transaction in front and the transaction at the back, so back running, and profiting at both sides. And in this case, you have a transaction in between two of your transactions, which makes it a sandwich, which is seen in general, I think, as a toxic form of MEV. But yeah, you. Yeah, also in traditional finance, it's a difficult argument, I think. It's not as nuanced that market making isn't, it's not as atomic arbitrage as it's here. Like you have a 100% chance of making money, and if it's not profitable, you simply let your transaction not execute. But there are quite some parallels to be made between MEV and high-frequency trading in traditional finance. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can add to this, I think in traditional finance, when you see high-frequency trading, a lot of value goes to, I don't know, putting your computer next to the New York Stock Exchange, or billions of dollars to shave off nanoseconds to your strategies. This is economic value that just leaves the market and goes towards people who build all this infrastructure. maybe one of the opportunities that we have with the protocol with respect to MEV is if it can be captured and if it can be captured efficiently, that this value could serve to strengthen protocol security rather than hamper it. So of course, it doesn't mean that, yeah, let's get user sandwich because that gives us more value for protocol safety. I think, of course, like we should design dApps such that these bad outcomes don't happen. So for sandwiches specifically, there's many different proposals that I would say realize different trade-offs that users might have. So just mentioning some off the top of my head, one is encryption. So your transaction could go encrypted, be committed to, and then executed. So people can't sandwich you because you don't know what happens. The trade-off here, of course, is that the execution latency is a bit higher, but maybe as a user, you're fine with this. Another idea is receive time ordering consensus. So there's this idea that if transaction A is seen by most of the network before transaction B, then transaction A should be included in the block before transaction B. It's, in theory, I think a property that is really nice. But again, because we're in a decentralized system, there's no one that reports, oh, I've seen A before B, so A must be before B. And again, you can have these games of collocation. So again, trade-offs here as well. Another thing that I would say is a relatively new idea is the idea of offering your order flow, so getting paid for your transaction, saying, well, if my transaction is so valuable to you, you should pay for it. That's what Julian also introduced earlier. I hope that we'll see more protocols in that direction because these are the ones, in my opinion, that make the users whole and also allow the protocol to capture some of that MEV. Yeah.
Can you comment on whether flashbots are something that is trying to minimize MEV or just trying to, I don't know, is it a way to mitigate it or it's a way to just make the game more fair?
I don't want to comment on Flashbots specifically because I'm not working for Flashbots, but I would say Flashbots, other people in this ecosystem are trying to understand MEV from first principle, where it comes from. The view, of course, is to use it as a force for good, so trying to ensure that it doesn't destabilize the protocol, that it doesn't hurt the users. So part of that comes from mitigating it if it's bad. Part of it comes from containing it and maybe capturing it if it's good. I would say these are broad strokes of the ecosystem. But yeah.
Can you comment on multidimensional gas fees?
Yeah, sure. So multidimensional gas fees is very different from MEV. It's not related. It means that now we pay gas for any kind of operation that you do, whether you store something on the blockchain or whether you do just simple operations like multiplying. We all cram this cost of computation and cost of storage into one unit, which we call gas. But we could split this up into multiple units so that you pay more directly for what you use. So if you're trying to store things, you pay for what that you store, and you don't congest the blockchain with. So in this case, the gas limit is set so that their computers aren't overwhelmed. But for example, if you have lots of transactions only using one particular thing, like if there are only transactions using storage, there's lots of operations that could still be executed by people. And so in this case, multidimensional gas would mean that these computers are used more efficiently, basically, and more transactions could be executed. Yeah.
Yeah, adding to this, if you've heard about rollups, so the idea of rollups is they're chains that exist outside of the Ethereum base layer. These chains, to secure themselves with Ethereum, they have to post data to the Ethereum base layer, basically the kind of summary of what happened on the chain. So this data is not executed, so it doesn't add execution cost to the base layer, but it needs to be made available and stored. For instance, these are two separate types of resources. Probably, if you've heard of EIP 4844, the idea of providing a much greater data capacity at the Ethereum base layer is separating the market between the Ethereum execution and the market for data that rollups are posting. In that case, you would have something like two base fees, or you would have the way to differentiate between two markets.
Any more questions? Or okay, so what we are personally working on is, for example, MEV, multidimensional gas, proposable separation, Barnaby just gave a talk about. And I've worked a bit on block space derivatives, so ensuring that people can hedge against gas fees rising in the future. Yeah, if you'd like to talk about that, please find us.
Yeah, and I would say crypto economics is relatively new as a field. There's a lot of people who don't have traditional economics background or even computer science background who get interested in it. So yeah, the barrier to entry feels a little lower, mostly because there's a lot of resources now that are available. If you go into the Devcon video archive, there's lots of talks on crypto economics that are interesting. And yeah, if you think it's fun, I think both Julian and me would be also happy to answer questions offline.
Talking about resources, we compiled a list. So in the table, there are some collectives or groups that publish research on crypto economics. And in the bottom, there are some links to some personal blogs from people, including Barnaby, about some crypto economic research. The slide should also be made available later. Yeah. So that was it. We ended a bit early, so if anyone has any questions, please feel free. But thank you very much for attending, and you can always also ask your questions later if you'd like.
I want to give special thanks to Julian because he didn't know he was going to do this talk 3 days ago, and I think he did a really wonderful job. So if you can applaud him again. Thank you, Julian. Decide to draw the boundary a little further. So this is the distinction I was making. We could decide to say, well, the protocol should guarantee some. Encourage you to check some of these out. And if you think these are interesting questions, I would also like to invite you to apply to our research team, as we are currently looking for someone with a strong research background, mechanism design, who loves it, and also just makes sense of Thank you.
someone was implementing something on a different commit, so we had to actually figure out how to treat modifying specs along with modifying testnets, along with 20 different combinations all changing at the same time. Communicating and debugging, it's great that we have a decentralized environment. It's horrible to have to wait for the Australians to wake up for anything. It does take quite a bit of effort and quite a bit of planning on our side. We had to kind of schedule around people picking up their kids from school. We had to schedule around people waking up in Australia. We had to schedule around Americans, a lot of different things. And figuring out how to do all of this in a reliable manner and on a timeline was crazy. The last one was debug knowledge. We were really surprised the type of debugging you need to do for CLs and ELs are totally different. We had to see how to bring all of that competence in one place and how to actually figure out when something goes wrong. And the nice part is we figured this out once. We figured it out. What could possibly go wrong? So the merge has two parts. So there's no regression, but these are localized regressions, something that they might have seen at that time based on how they felt it. There's integrations, part of them are done.
Oh, CC.
For example, the Nimbus team is up a local Nimbus network to make sure that their stuff gets always done.
Okay. I guess I'll wait a few minutes. What are you doing? What's the crack? I can't talk too loudly. Can't talk too loudly. Exactly, yeah. Like decentralized and fear of God. You know, it's
hijacking this presentation.
Yeah.
Still have intern.
I know, yeah. It's purposely put that one in, yeah.
One day you'll graduate to actually.
Exactly. Slack has defeated me, though. One second, can I do this? Slack has defeated me. I can't fit it there anymore. No, it drives me crazy. I know. Although, did you see this? Do you have Slack there?
Yeah.
Go my name? Yeah. Go. Yeah. Go my name on it or find me on it. It's a very sensitive mic. Yeah. And then click my. Scroll down.
Okay.
Oh no. To the profile, yeah. Scroll down. It is there.
Did she notice?
I don't know.
One day someone will ask. I'd be a fly on the wall that day, though.
I know. Okay, guys, I'm just going to wait 5 more minutes and then I'll begin. Just because I think it starts at past, doesn't it? Awesome.
There's no regressions happening. We currently have the spec test setting running every night on a new CI machine. The second one is hype tests. You might have seen this being referenced a couple of times. So hype tests run with a simulator, and they essentially start up the clients and then run the tests against a predefined interface. These are a couple hundred tests. These take anywhere between, I think, a day or 2 days to run everything. And a brief example of how this is it starts up a tiny instance of a Nethermind node, it sends it to terminal blocks, and it decides how the transition happens. This is a lot of awesome work by Mario. He should be somewhere in the crowd. Shout out to him and follow him on Twitter. We found a lot of edge cases in this, and once we do find an edge case, it's always in there, so that we make sure in future updates, whatever, it doesn't happen. If people check the website, please. Then we have this thing called kurtosis. It's an external tool that we're working on, and kurtosis obfuscates all the complexity of setting up.
How are you doing? I can do that. I think some of the content here, so the first lecture is maybe I think like half of it is like the coding ones, you know, you don't want to do live coding, do you? But I think like breaking smart contracts is, intro to cryptocurrency is, and even the bottleneck to scalability, and even how, you know, payment channels and really probably just the smart contract stuff is the actual coding. And the second lecture. Yeah. I'm hopefully, let me know if there's anything. Let me know if there's anything that's like, because right now I want to revamp it to cut down the content so it's easier to digest. So if there's anything you find that's oh, awesome. That's great then. Yeah. Oh yeah. You're quite familiar with like the modular. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, like the scalability is mostly on payment channels and rollups. That's sort of what I want to work on next is sort of explain proof of stake Ethereum. Like there's a lot actually in there, so it's taking me much longer. Well, thank you very much. Let me know that it worked out. Yeah, do you think? Cheers. Awesome. Cool. Awesome, guys. So I'm just going to get started now. So what I'm going to go over today is basically scaling Ethereum and, of course, the pitfalls and the solutions. Now, I was told this was supposed to be explain it to me like I'm 5, but who gives that to an academic, you know? So what we're going to start off with is something very simple, like a recap over how blockchain works. And by the end of it, hopefully it'll be a bit more technical, a bit more difficult, and we'll challenge everyone in the room. But just to get a round of hands, so who here has a technical background? Like who here is a programmer or a few people then? Who's not a programmer? Who's like more business, product? Okay, that's awesome. So it's a good mix, so hopefully I've targeted this correctly then. And remember guys, this is a workshop. It's not really a lecture. I don't want to talk at you guys for an hour because I'm pretty boring that way. What I've done is I prepared content that I think would be useful. But if you have any questions whatsoever over the next hour, just throw up your hand. I'm happy to explain the idea a bit further or hopefully even diverge if that's useful for people here. Because if you have a question, 5 other people probably have the same question as well. So please don't be shy. There's no dumb question. So as I mentioned, the goals for today, maybe I'll move this laptop here. It makes it easier for me. Cool. So I guess what we're going to cover is, you know, what is it we actually need to scale and why? Like, what do we mean by scalability? The bottlenecks to scalability today, I'm picking some core bottlenecks that we can go over that are fairly simple to grasp. And then finally, the future roadmap that Ethereum's sort of considering. You know, the whole modular approach I'm sure you've heard of already. So what do we actually need to scale? So this is just a basic recap of, you know, what is a blockchain? So as we all know, a block is just an ordered list of transactions. A block is produced every 12 seconds and is appended to something called the blockchain, you know, given the name as a chain of blocks. And it represents the canonical history of the entire network. Now Alice, you know, Alice is an inspector, so she has a cute little hat. And her job is to make sure that every new block that is produced is valid. And so what she'll do is she'll get a copy of the blockchain, she'll replay and execute every transaction, and eventually she'll compute a copy of Ethereum's database. Okay, so the one thing I want to highlight is we have the blockchain, which is the canonical history of the network and every single transaction that has ever occurred, and we have the database, which is your current account balance, smart contract bytecode, you know, the actual, you know, the program state as well. And they're two very different things. The blockchain's history, the database is up to date and my current balance. It's very important to have that distinction. And of course, the blockchain computes the database. So anyone here who gets a copy of the database or a copy of the blockchain can compute the same copy of the database as everyone else. So it's widely replicated across the world. And I like to call the blockchain a cryptographic audit trail because it allows us to audit the database in real time. You know, let's say your bank, you can't audit your bank, can you? But you can audit the blockchain. It's an audit trail. Now, Alice, the inspector, could be any of us. You know, who's actually running a node here? Is anyone running a node? One guy over there, there you go, we've got some inspectors. That's great, you know, a small sample size, but still great. So the peer-to-peer network, I mean, it changes from time to time, but it's normally around like 10,000 computers that are online, fully synchronized with the network, and they're auditing, you know, blocks in real time. Now, the peer-to-peer network is responsible for propagating blocks and transactions. Its only goal is to gossip. If you have a transaction, it goes via the peer-to-peer network and it spreads out to everyone. So a single transaction will reach 10,000 computers, 100,000 computers, and that all has to happen within a few seconds. The same for blocks. On the peer-to-peer network as well are the block proposers. In Ethereum, we call them the validators in the proof-of-stake chain. In Bitcoin, they're the miners. The block proposers are also on the peer-to-peer network. They're listening out for users' transactions and, of course, new blocks. Now, the only thing the block proposers provide is a transaction ordering service. They have absolutely nothing to do with what it means for a transaction to be valid. They just take user transactions, stick them in a block, order them, and then send that out to the world. So as an example, a user sends their transaction, flows across the network, and every block proposer will hear about this in about 2 to 3 seconds. And then a block proposer will produce a block based on the transactions they hear, and every single peer in the network will get this block, validate it, and then update their copy of the database. And that's basically what's happening under the hood. A block is really like a batch update, for a database. You're just doing it every 12 seconds, and you're updating everyone across the world their database. And so what we end up with is this public and global database. Conceptually, it's like a bulletin board. Like everyone here can see the exact same image. Under the hood, there's thousands of copies of this database everywhere. It's widely replicated, and that's what helps secure the network. Because if anyone can get a copy of it, then we can also check that it's correct. So where does scalability come in? Why do we care about scalability? So there's two parties we care about. One are the block proposers. It's really important the block proposers can get the most recent block right away so they can take the block, check it's correct, and then extend the blockchain. The block proposers want to converge. Let me get back to the blockchain. The block proposers want to converge on a single blockchain. So when a new block is produced, they want to take it and then extend it. Block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4. So it's really important they can get the blocks very quickly. At the same time, we have the peer-to-peer network, we have Alice the auditor, and some people in this room. And your job is to hold the block proposers accountable. You want to validate every transaction, and if they try to break the rules, they try to include an invalid transaction, then the peer-to-peer network will reject it. It gets rejected, they don't make any money, they wasted their time, and of course, block proposers will then just not extend it. So there's two parties we care about, block proposers and the verifiers. And what's important is that, what do we mean for scalability? What we really care about are the resources. What compute is required, what bandwidth is required, and what storage is required. And we have to consider these resources with the goal of decentralization in mind. What are the minimum requirements for someone to run a node? For someone to validate blocks, or even for someone to become a block proposer. Do we have any stakers here, by the way? Any ETH2 stakers? There you go over there. You got a couple of ETH stakers, We got to make sure that the resources are good enough so you can run your staker at home. Hopefully you're running it at home anyway. I don't know how you're doing it. But we care about compute, bandwidth, and storage. Now, if there's one takeaway here, I hope this is the biggest takeaway you take. Scalability cares about resources and the delicate balance between verifiers and proposers. So proposers can make blocks and verifiers can check it in real time. It has absolutely nothing to do with transactions per second. That's more like a byproduct. You can have one transaction that explodes the database, and then no one here could be a verifier. So if you ever hear a blockchain project, which of course you will, you're like, we can do 10,000 TPS, then you can just call their bullshit. Because it's all about resources, and that's the most important thing we have to consider and how we measure scalability. So just to recap the basics there, we have block proposers, transaction ordering service, they propose blocks to the network. We have the peer-to-peer network that has block proposers and verifiers. Anyone here can be a verifier, and your job is to hold the block proposers accountable. Okay? and make sure that the consensus rules and the network rules are enforced in real time. And finally, scalability has nothing to do with TPS. It's about resources and how, what's the likelihood that someone can participate in the network. Cool. So let's have an overview on some of these scalability bottlenecks. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Exactly, yeah. We'll get to this sort of the balance there, but that's a good point, Nick. What is the meaning of resources? And for the goal of decentralization, we need to pick the right configuration that maximizes the population. So if we say we want 90% of people in this room to run a verifier, what are the requirements? That's what we have to have on the network. Any other questions, by the way? Please throw your hands up. There's no dumb question. Cool. Okay, I'll just continue. So let's have an overview of some of the scalability challenges that we face today. And we're going to do this again through storage, computation, and bandwidth. And you'll see computation and bandwidth sort of join together when we talk about the fork rate. So let's jump into storage, okay? So the storage requirements for a node is, how big is the database? There's a database of everyone's account balance. How big is that? There's something called the mempool. And it's more like a cache. So you're on the peer-to-peer network, you're running a node, and you hear a new pending transaction. What you'll do is keep a copy of this and pass it on to your peer. If you hear the same transaction again, you'll just reject it. So it's really to prevent a denial of service attack on the peer-to-peer network, so people can't spam it with the same transaction over and over again. But again, that's something you will have to consider when you run a node. And of course, the blockchain itself. How big is the blockchain, and even how long does it take to synchronize it? How long does it take us to compute a copy of the database? So before I begin, has anyone ever heard of an archival node, or a full node, or a prune node? Okay, awesome. And raise your hand if you think they're really confusing terms. Oh, look at this. Oh, there's one guy. Thank you, the good guy over there, the honest guy. They're pretty confusing. All the Bitcoin maxis have no idea. They're always misinterpreting the phrase. So let's talk about them. What's a full node? A full node is a piece of software that will take the entire blockchain, validate it from scratch up to the beginning, and then compute a copy of the database. Importantly, they keep a whole copy of the blockchain locally. So they don't discard blocks. They keep all the blocks. The reason they do that is if you join the peer-to-peer network, well, you need a copy of the blockchain. So a full node will supply new peers on the network with a copy of the blockchain. So they keep it all around. And most important, what's actually quirky about Ethereum is that, so if you look at the blocks, block 7, 8, 9, 10, nodes typically keep around copies of the database. I think it's like 128 blocks worth. I forget the exact number. And the reason for that is to handle reorgs. So has anyone ever heard of a block reorg before? Okay, we're going to jump into the block reorgs very soon. That's part of the fork rate. But the idea is that if your transaction got confirmed on block 7, and now we're at block 10, you have some guarantee that it's probably going to get finalized. But an alternative block fork, maybe from block 5, could emerge that removes your transaction. But if that's the case, well, you need to have this database so you can quickly jump back and then deal with the new fork. And so we have to keep around, about 100 copies of the same database just to deal with reorgs. But all the other databases can be deleted. You don't care about very historical databases, just the most recent copies. An archival node is very different. An archival node is something that Etherscan would run, or a block explorer. An archival node is where you want to quickly look up historical data. So maybe you have a request, what was my balance at block 2? That could have been a year ago. There's no reason to run that on the peer-to-peer network because the probability of a 1-year reorg is very small. In fact, impossible in proof-of-stake Ethereum. But an archival node will run this, and that's why when you hear quotes, an archival node is like 2 terabytes in storage and Ethereum isn't scalable, well, that's because they run an archival node and you don't need all these databases. You just need 100 of the most recent databases. Then a prune node is where a prune node will discard the historical blocks. A prune node will just keep around the most recent blocks and the most recent copy of the databases. they prune as much as they can, and they have minimal resources. They still validate everything. You know, you still go from the start to the end. You validate it all, but you just keep around the most recent data. So my question to you guys is, you know, this is my next slide. If you're going to run a node like a block proposer or a verifier, which one would you run? Let's do a raise of hands. Would you run a full node? For either verifier or block proposer. Yeah? Okay, raise your hand, guys, if you think you want to run it. Yep, that's fine. That's a good answer. What about an archival node? Would you run an archival node for the network? No, when you can, but there's no need. You know, it's a bit a waste of resources. And what about a prune node? Yep, exactly. And that's probably what most people run today. You know, most people don't want to keep around the entire blockchain. They just discard most of it. And as we're going to see, that's quite a lot of gigabytes. So, a copy of the data. Oh, yeah? What one? An E? What's an E on? Oh, events. Yeah, so an event, that's a great question. So basically, when you execute so in Solidity, in a smart contract, you can define an event. So let's say it's the vote function. If I cast my vote, it will emit an event that will tell the world and notify the world that Patrick has cast a vote. The way you get an event is when you execute a transaction, it produces a transaction receipt. And in the receipt is the event. Importantly, I don't even think archival nodes, receipts aren't typically stored. They're normally discarded right away. But yeah, so you don't really store them, but you can still get the events in real time because you're validating blocks in real time. Any other questions, by the way? Yep.
Yeah, good question. So like, you know, Ethereum, how there's a consensus layer, which depends on the database, and then there's the execution layer.
Yep.
So when you're talking about these kinds of databases, like are you talking about maybe like you have a prune node that has a prune execution portion of it, and then maybe a full node for the consensus layer?
I will touch on this. That's a great question. So just to summarize, Ethereum now has two layers. It has the beacon layer that deals with proof of stake, and you have the execution layer, which deals with obviously the execution of smart contracts. For now, I'm assuming they're the same thing. You know, if you're joining the beacon, you know, for the beacon chain, again, you just care about the last finalized block. After it's finalized, and that's about like 15 minutes, you could technically just delete the rest of it. You'll need to keep around recent data. But for now, we'll just assume they're both the same thing. But we will hopefully touch on that soon. So let's, oh yeah? Yeah, so the real difference is that in a full node, you keep around the entire blockchain. And the reason you do that is to serve it to peers on the network. A prune node deletes most of the blockchain. They just keep around, I say, in this case, 4 blocks. And that's the deal with forks and reorgs. It's called reorg safety. So you're assuming that if I keep around, oh yeah? I think there's default settings. I think there's a default setting, but really, you know, the more you store, the better you can handle reorgs. So one issue we had was, I previously worked on a transaction relayer where you'd send transactions and try to guarantee the delivery. So we wrote our own blockchain machine to deal with reorgs. And we would keep around 300 to 400 blocks, and you know, obviously, copies of the database. But if you run this in Ropsten was a very adversarial network. And you'd wake up one day and there's a 20,000 block reorg. And the relayer will just tip over because it just can't deal with 20,000 block reorgs. So it really comes down to what network are you running and, you know, so another example is Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic has had 10,000 block reorgs in the past, which would also make a lot of nodes just collapse over because they're not expecting that huge reorg. Cool. Any other questions, by the way? Yep. Oh, for forks? Sorry, what was the question? Oh, for reorgs. I think, okay, so let me get to the reorg section first. We'll have a picture of it. But yeah, reorgs are less likely to happen in proof of stake. You know, because part of it was part of the puzzle for proof of work. But I will touch on that because there is still a good chance on proof of stake. Any other questions?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah? Yep, exactly. So in proof of stake is about, optimistically, it should be about 15 minutes. Worst case scenario could be like 3 weeks. Well, maybe we'll chat about that afterwards. It's a great topic. Okay, cool. Any other questions, or are we all satisfied? Cool. I guess your goal is to make sure I don't finish my slides as well. Very likely to happen. Okay, so let's look at what a node would store. So on Bitcoin, this was maybe 4 months ago when I made this, the database was roughly about 5 gigabyte. But if it was an archival node version, it was about 35 gigabyte. On Ethereum, a normal database was about 700 gigabyte. So the database is quite big on Ethereum, according to the stat that I have here. An archival node was 10 terabytes. And that's normally the number you hear thrown around Twitter by all the Bitcoin mexies. But as you know, that's for block explorers. And Aragon got this down to about 1.9 terabytes. I actually forget how, but we'll figure it out. And then what about the blockchain itself? I can just look here. The blockchain, so for Bitcoin, you can see that the blockchain's about 422 gigabytes, which is huge, by the way. But on a prune node, they keep around 7 gigabytes worth of blocks. They discard most of it. On Ethereum, next slide, the blockchain's about 200 gigabytes. So it's actually smaller than Bitcoin, which is surprising actually given, there's blocks every 12 seconds. But that's generally because blocks are smaller on Ethereum than they are on Bitcoin. Because we worry more about gas than we do byte size. Bitcoin's all about 1 megabyte, 2 megabyte blocks, and it's really about the size of the transactions. But here, it's about 200 gigabytes for the blockchain. And overall, including what's in memory and what's on disk, you're probably going to store around 560 gigabytes, give or take, it's around that. Like Klein got me this, by the way. He's really, really thankful for him getting me that picture. And of course, flood protection. How do we deal with denial of service attacks on the network? On Ethereum, it's about, I had a rough estimate, about 100 megabytes you might store in the worst case. So the memory pool has nothing to do with scalability, really, so far. We're not really hitting any storage problems for dealing with pending transactions on the network. So that's storage. We covered blockchain, the database, and the mempool, and the different types of software that you could run. So what about computation? And so there's this really great blog post that I'm going to run through by James Simlop. He runs this every year. How long does it take to synchronize a node? And he has this pretty beefy machine, has 1 terabyte storage, 32 gigabyte. Let's see how well it works. So on Bitcoin, back in 2011, about November, it took about 400 minutes to synchronize the entire blockchain. That's pretty damn fast. Don't even know how long that is, like 5-6 hours, and you're fully caught up on every transaction that's ever occurred on Bitcoin. Yep.
So when they're downloading this, are they downloading it via peer-to-peer network or using like some specific network?
That's a great question. I'm not too sure if this includes bandwidth. I don't know if they already have a copy of the blockchain or if they're requesting that in real time. Because that latency will cause an issue.
Yeah, it would be because I know like if you just download a full snapshot, it's so much faster.
Yeah.
But if you could alter your peer-to-peer network and select which peers and they were like dedicated to give you that bandwidth, then you could do that. So
awesome. Well, let's just assume it's for computation for now, and we're not worried about latency, because I'm not actually too sure. I don't think he defines it in the blog. But anyway, it took about 500 minutes or 400 minutes for Bitcoin. What about Ethereum? So his issue was that Go Ethereum ran out of memory when it was synchronized, and it stopped after 5 days. But that's because he has 1 terabyte storage, and he could have more storage to deal with synchronizing. But he would estimate it would take about 10 days. But the important bit here is, what's the bottleneck? Why is it taking 10 days to synchronize Ethereum? And you would think it's execution, but actually it's input and output. It's just reading and writing to the database. Here, according to the stats that he had, you would read 15 terabytes from disk and 12 terabytes back to disk for the first 5 days of the blocks. And there's another 5 days to do, by the way, so that's probably 20, 30 terabytes worth of reading and writing. And why is this? Why are we doing like 15 terabytes of reading from disk for a blockchain that's about 500 gigabytes, or the database? So the reason is that, actually, just before I get into the reason, I deleted the reason. Oh, I haven't. Okay, it's over there. Obviously, I've messed up my slides. The reason is that in Ethereum, in the block header, there's something called the state root, and this is good for the snapshots. You want to download a copy of the database. You want to make sure this database was correct for this block. And so in the block header, you have a hash of the entire database. You get the entire database, you build your Merkle tree, then you have a hash that represents the entire database. But if you're hashing the database for every single block, that's a lot of reading and writing from the database. And that's why you have those stats. It's also, it's very expensive. So Aragon stopped doing that. So their reading and writing the disk is still about 1 terabyte after 10 days. But actually, no, what did they synchronize? They synchronized in 2 days. So just removing that one part of the validation, you see of 8 days worth of time to synchronize. The question is, do you need to do this? Should you have to hash the entire database and store it in a block header? So in Aragon, when you get to the most recent block, you'll download the database from the peer-to-peer network, and you'll check if it's correct. And if it's not correct, then you'll start rolling back until you find the mistake. So it's not as an essential check, but it's useful if you want to download snapshots from the network of the actual database itself. But the surprising takeaway here is that execution isn't really the bottleneck. It is expensive. Execution is expensive, but just reading and writing from the database is the current bottleneck for Ethereum. Yeah.
So like, there's bandwidth from IO stuff, but there's also like the disk latency. I know that when I was working with stuff related to Binance Smart Chain,
Yeah.
that the reason I needed to do so much pruning, and they highly recommended like NVMe, like SSDs, is because of like the disk latency. So is the bottleneck also related to that disk?
Yep, it is, yep.
Or is it also related to the bandwidth that it can handle, like the overall amount of bandwidth that the disk can write?
The disk can write. I think it's the first point that you made. It's just the latency from reading and writing from disk. That's why it doesn't work on hard drives. It works on SSDs. That's also a great point. Very good technical point. Yeah. There is work on that called an access list. So in your transaction, if you define an access list, I think I touch upon it later, you can define what storage slots in the database you're accessing. And so if you have 2 transactions that don't access the same part of the database, you could run that in parallel. But right now, access lists aren't heavily used, but they should be because they help with parallel execution. Awesome. So anyway, just a final joke. I mean, I don't mind Solana, actually. I'm not a hater on Solana, but he just made a joke that some projects just gave up on the fact that people can synchronize the blockchain. I think, actually, this is the internet computer. You have to get special hardware from their own suppliers to run a node on their network. Very permissionless, isn't it? But anyway, that's synchronizing. It's a fun topic to talk about. So what about the fork rate? So let's assume all block proposers are honestly following the protocol. They get a block, they extend it, and they propose a new block. No malicious behavior whatsoever by the block proposers. So the fork rate is the following. So let's say you have block 1 and block 2. Then a magical wild fork appears. You can have block 3A and block 3B proposed by 2 different block proposers. The question is, which one do you extend? Eventually, they'll get block 4, block 5, and everyone will converge on the longest chain, or the heaviest chain. Block 3B becomes a stale block. The content is ignored, and it eventually ends up as an uncle block. So if you ever hear the word uncle block, it's a fork that didn't make it into the canonical chain, but it did exist. And in a way, it's just wasted resources. You have these 2 competing blocks. You've wasted some resources because this never actually gets used. You really want to maximize a single canonical fork with no forks. Okay, any questions on this part before I continue? Because this is quite important. Fairly straightforward? Awesome. So the inability, so why do we consider the fork rate? So one is about this, how reliable is the network? If you get your transaction confirmed in a block, but there's a 16% chance that it gets dropped and reconfirmed later, well, that sucks from a user experience perspective. If I only have to wait 2 or 3 confirmations, that's way better than waiting 20 confirmations. And the fork rate is really about how reliable is a confirmation in a block. At the same time, there's a bandwidth and a compute overhead. If I send everyone here a block, I've used your bandwidth. You then validate the block. I wasted your compute. But in the end, the block never gets in the blockchain. So I've just wasted your resource for a block that wasn't actually useful. And so you really want to minimize that fork rate. And there's two aspects that we have to consider. Is one, what's the length of time between blocks? Is it 12 seconds? Is it 10 minutes? And how fast does a block reach another block proposer? Okay, and also, of course, what's the frequency? So this is sort of the big block versus the small block. We're back in the 2015 world with the block size wars. This is actually, I guess Ethereum was born around this time. So if you have a 1 megabyte block every 10 minutes, if you imagine this being the peer-to-peer network and reaching all the peers in the network, then a 1 megabyte block should fly across. Everyone gets this within a second. Not much issue. If you have a 1 gigabyte block, every 30 seconds, well, maybe 1 gigabyte takes a long time to get across the network. Then you may have a competing block at the same time. Then you have another competing block, and you just have lots of forks. And then you've wasted time because there's 3 competitive blocks, and of course, it's just a waste of bandwidth and compute. And so these are two extremes. We have a 2 megabyte block every. Oh yeah, I'm writing there. If you have a block that's greater than 2 megabytes but less than 1 minute, you increase the fork rate. Smaller blocks, longer interval, smaller fork rate. So there's a good way to get a good feel of the numbers here. So there was a study back in 2016 for Bitcoin, and I would love it to be repeated for Ethereum because it's very useful for proof of stake. And just one point is on Bitcoin we only consider megabytes, the size of the block. On Ethereum we consider gas, because gas takes into account bandwidth, storage, and compute. 30 million gas is the maximum size of a block, and it tries to take into account all the resources that are required. And actually, there's a Zcash article there, because right now Zcash is being spammed. It's costing $10 a day, and they're growing the database by like a gigabyte per day or something. It's very cheap to attack the network. So on Ethereum, blocks are around 120 kilobytes. They're 30 million gas, and they occur every 12 seconds roughly. Even proof of stake and proof of work. That was for the proof of work chain. On Bitcoin's, 1 to 2 megabyte every 10 minutes. So on Ethereum and proof of work Ethereum, the fork rate was around 5 to 6% at any time. So that means 5% of all blocks were wasted resources. And that's just because of the nature of proof of work. Where today with proof of stake, it's less than 1%. And one thing to highlight is that on proof of stake Ethereum, the block proposer has to send the block within 4 seconds, then the validators in that committee will vote on that block. If it takes longer for a block, if it takes longer than 4 seconds for a block proposer to get their block across the room, you'll end up with a fork, because the committee will vote on the parent block and not the current block. And so you can see right now there's very little forks. So clearly, there's a good block size for the proof of stake chain. If the fork rate goes up, then we know stakers are no longer keeping up with the network. And in Bitcoin, I got this picture from February 2022. They happen every 1 to 2 months because it's small blocks every 10 minutes. Very rare to have a fork in Bitcoin. So what's the ideal block size and interval? Again, from 2016 for Bitcoin, and they were trying to work out, given the current peer-to-peer network, like this room, if I want to make sure 90% of people in this room can get blocks in real time, what's the ideal block size? And so, what do you guys think that ideal block will quit? Yeah, cool. I'm just about to get on that. That is a big part of it. Yep, the Chinese firewall specifically. So I'll leave that for a second. Any other questions before we continue? Awesome. Okay, cool. So just throw some numbers out there. Back in 2016, if we want to keep 90% of peers on the network, what do you think the ideal block size would have been without increasing the fork rate? Does any wild megabyte number out there? One? 1.5 megabyte, there we go. Any other megabytes? 2 megabytes. One more guess, one more guess. Oh, Bitcoin. This is 2016 Bitcoin. 20 megabytes. Oh, wow. So we found the Bitcoin Maxis and the Bitcoin Unlimited, if you know your history. No, that's great, though. That's a great guess. So, so the ideal block, have I deleted the slide? Of course I have. So the ideal block size was actually around 4 megabyte, from what I remember. It was about 4.2 megabyte or something. To keep 90% of peers on the network. And just for that table, so what we're saying there is that table is really saying, you know, how fast do the top 10% of nodes get the recent block? And then how long does it take for 90% of nodes to also get the same block? So in the first example, or for the second one, for a 1 megabyte block, 10% of nodes will get this within 1.5 seconds. And then 90% of nodes will get this in 2.4 minutes. So that's a 2.4 minute difference between the top nodes, or the faster nodes, and the well-connected nodes, and the slowest on the network. So what impact does this have? So that's my little China logo. So as I mentioned, back in 2016, 2017, there were some forks on the network because like 70% of miners were in China. 30% were in the rest of the world, which implies the Chinese miners got the blocks faster. If they get the blocks faster, well, then they can, you know, start working on it before the rest of the world. So they may get like a 30-second or a minute head start on just solving the proof of work. And so there was a bias towards Chinese miners. And what actually happened was that you had this private relay network between all the miners. So they just bypassed the peer-to-peer network altogether because of this issue. But basically, you know, block proposers will fall behind if they're, you know, the 90% nodes in the network. On stake, for proof of stake, if it takes longer for 4 seconds for you to get the new block, and you vote for the wrong block, or even 12 seconds, you may incur some penalties. You know, so you won't get slashed. You know, it's not like you're going to lose all your money, but you might not get like little rewards, and your yield will go down a bit. So your yield's directly impacted by how well you're connected to the other peers. And obviously, as a verifier, well, you know, if there's blocks every 12 seconds, but I'm getting the block after 2 minutes, well, I just fall behind eventually, and I just can't keep up with the network. I can't get up-to-date copy of the database. I just fall behind, and I'm not useful anymore. So typically, when we think about the size of blocks, we normally assume that the block proposers are very powerful. You know, they should be able to quickly get blocks, execute them, and send them out within 2 to 3 seconds. We assume verifiers are weak. So verifiers, maybe it takes them, you know, 6 or 7 seconds to get the block. But that's okay, because 12 seconds is the deadline. So we normally assume, you know, different specs for different parties. And I do have it there. There you go. 4 megabytes was what the report recommended on Bitcoin. And you would still have 90% of nodes participate on the network. It's probably much higher now, but that's like 6 years ago. Why is this all important? You know, why do we care about this aspect of scalability? And it really comes down to, you know, what does it mean to be decentralized? And everyone has different takes on what it means to be decentralized. My take is really, you know, what percentage of the world's population can validate and protect the database in real time? So regardless if you're in, I don't know, Libya, Australia, China, the US, you should have the right to run the software, get a copy of the database, validate blocks in real time, or participate as a proof of stake, you know, staker, validator. It's the same for both, because that's what it means to be decentralized. It's a bit like Captain Planet. You know, we put our rings together and we protect the network. So there are the bottlenecks. You know, I've just gone over some bottlenecks that impact the network. There's obviously a lot more, but there's always good not to overwhelm people. So let's summarize this. Storage. You know, the storage bottleneck is really how big is the database, how big is the blockchain, and realistically, who can, you know, can my hardware deal with that, you know, the size of that database? As we saw with his computer, James Lopp's computer, he couldn't synchronize Go Ethereum because he ran out of space. So clearly his computer could not participate on the peer-to-peer network. So we have to consider storage and, you know, how big this database gets. 2 is compute. How long does it take me to get a copy of the database and be convinced it is indeed, the one true database that we all have. And right now, well, proof of work at least, you're supposed to objectively validate from the beginning to the very end. And then bandwidth. How long does it take for blocks to get across the network? And can we fall behind because we just can't get the blocks in time? What's the latency issues around that? And the most important bit is, and this is why I don't like transaction throughput as a metric, if you just blow up the TPS, the tip of the chain can become unstable because there's too many forks, and then it's also difficult for us to keep up. So I remember hearing a stat for Polygon, so the proof of stake Polygon, an archival node was growing 2 megabytes every second. And that's pretty damn big, isn't it? Like 2 megabytes every second, it gets to 15 terabytes, and then AWS can no longer handle that in a straightforward manner. So anyway, that's actually why, again, the whole point of scalability is that fine balance between block proposers and verifiers, and how big that database gets. So how can we scale while still adhering to what it means to be decentralized? And before I get into this, was there any questions for the previous section? Remember, there's no stupid question. Yep. So the Uncle blocks, so the entire block is the block header and the block content. The block content are the transactions. That gets thrown away. All we keep around is the block header, and it'll be included in a future block. So if block 1's if block 1 was the Uncle block, then maybe the header gets included in block 5. So we're still aware that it exists. Yeah, that'll be an Uncle block. So an Uncle block has no impact on the database. We just acknowledge it to say that it existed. And then you reward the block proposer for doing their job. Any other? Yep.
Aggregation, which is what enabled proof of stake to work. I think one of the bottlenecks that exists is like CPU power. Like if, for example, like ZK Starks and stuff like that, like they're very CPU intensive, and getting something like that to work on certain hardware is very difficult at this stage. So I think one of the bottlenecks also is like advances in like cryptography.
Oh, definitely. I hope I alluded upon. I think I've got that on my slide, but what he's saying is that, one of the ways we're going to solve these issues are zero knowledge proofs. So zero knowledge proof is really useful. It allows me to do a lot of the hard work to say, let's just say I want to prove a transaction is valid. I do all the hard work, then I send you the result of the transaction and a small proof that will convince you that it was correct. So that way you don't have to natively replay the transactions yourself. I give you the result plus a proof and you're convinced it's fine. But that proving part is very expensive. I think it takes 1 or 2 seconds per transaction on a CPU. And if you're having to do that for when you're proposing a block, I create a block, I make a proof for every transaction, that's pretty slow. So that's still very much a work in progress. So that'll be more for the roll-ups. So the roll-ups, you would assume there's a very powerful executor who can run GPUs, parallelize them, and do the proofs in real time. For proof of stake Ethereum, it's probably a little while off, because proving is still very expensive. I mean, it's not it's much cheaper than it was 4 years ago anyway. I think a Zcash transaction, because that uses zero knowledge proofs. Back in 2015, I think it was 60 seconds on a CPU to prove your Zcash transaction. And now it's like a second or something. I don't know. It's pretty fast. Oh, for the BLS signatures? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like, so he's also saying about the byte size. So I think that's more of a problem for Stark. So Starks will grow based on how much you're proving, whereas Snark is constant size. They're fairly, I forget the byte size, but they're fairly small. But that's a Starkware issue, yeah. I think a proof costs like 5 million gas in Ethereum to verify just for the proof, because they're very big. But anyway, any other questions, guys, before I continue? Awesome, cool, okay. So how are we going to solve these scalability issues? So just a reminder, when we consider scalability for the block proposer, we want to reduce the fork rate. We want to make sure no one is wasting their resources when they propose a block. And on the verifier side, we want to maximize the population of who can validate blocks in real time. So reduce the resource requirements to run a node. That's basically what we're trying to achieve. Now, over the years, since 2015 up to about 2020 and today, there's been lots of crazy widgetry tricks
from basic engineering principles on the, to make it easier to run a node. So one is, you can compress data before you send it across the wire. So on Bitcoin, we call that a compact block. I give you a block, but actually I don't give you the transactions, I give you the block, like the transaction hash. And then you've already got the transaction in your mempool, so you can quickly reconstruct the block yourself. So you reduce the data you're sending across the wire. Very simple engineering. You have private relay networks. So in Bitcoin, all the miners had a private network that only they could connect to and propagate blocks. So you bypass the peer-to-peer network completely. Is that ideal for a censorship-resistant currency? It's a different question. You could do parallel execution. We had a question down there before. Maybe if you access lists, I know two transactions don't conflict, execute them in parallel, we speed up our ability to validate transactions in real time. And there's also set reconciliation, that's also compact blocks. But the issue is that in all of these engineering approaches, we're making it easier to do the job, but they still have to do it. So now a lot of the scalability research is thinking, do they need to do it? Could we take that responsibility away from the peer-to-peer network and give it to an external provider who could do it in their behalf? So the peer-to-peer network does the absolute minimum. So what's the goal? So it should look like this. To protect decentralization, we work out what is the absolute minimum the peer-to-peer network has to do, and what can we offload to services, providers, businesses. I always make the joke Infura could do this. What could you pass off to Infura to protect the peer-to-peer network? And so who's heard of this idea, like the monolithic blockchain and the, I guess, modular blockchain, but this says microservices? Who's heard of that idea before, the monolithic blockchain? Okay, but less people than I expected, actually. That's great. So I stole this actually from a normal Web 2 company because it isn't a new idea. You build this big monolithic code base. It's difficult to maintain, difficult to upgrade, and what you really want to do is take out the little components and maintain them individually, and hopefully delete them as well. So that's what Ethereum has been struggling with. For the past 6 years, we had this monolithic blockchain where it's trying to do everything at once. And now what we're trying to do is define each of the microservices or the modular components, and then, of course, solve each problem individually. So let's go through how we're doing this. So first we have compute. Compute was one of the resources that we cared about. How long does it take to execute a block? What if you could have a dedicated execution layer? So there's an execution layer that's doing most of the work, and Ethereum doesn't really care about that. All Ethereum cares about is the result of that execution. If Ethereum doesn't have to do the execution, well, it's way easier to run a node if you don't have to execute anything. You pass it off to someone else. The other one was bandwidth. So right now, we have to propagate all the transactions and blocks across the network. What if you could have a dedicated data availability layer where you don't even care about the transaction content? It's like a blob of data. As long as there's a blob of data, you get the blob of data, then you can throw it away eventually. Could we have a dedicated layer just for data? And Ethereum doesn't necessarily care about that either. And finally, storage. What if a node didn't have to have a database? Could you run a node and just delete the entire database and not care about it? But the database is stored somewhere else. So if you want to transact, you talk to the provider, you get the database content, and then you send it off to the peer-to-peer network. Could we build a settlement layer, in a sense, where all it does is minimal computation, maybe stores account balances, but otherwise it minimizes what it has to store because you push that problem off somewhere else. That's the idea behind the modular blockchain. And it looks like a simple renaming. I could be a marketing person being like, well, we're going to solve compute with an execution layer. I just rename it. But actually, if you define if you make this dedicated layer in action, then you can think, how do I solve this problem? So we are renaming the resource in a way, but in a way where it makes more sense on how to solve it. So what this actually leads to is the roll-up-centric roadmap for Ethereum. Has anyone heard of this, the roll-up-centric roadmap? Okay, great. About 5 or 6 people. So that's good, though, because in 2016 Ethereum, they thought they would solve the world of execution sharding. We all realized that was like a moonshot that was too hard to do. And then roll-ups started to emerge. And rollups look like sharding in a way. And so we've all pivoted towards this rollup world where we do all the execution in rollups. And what's really solving the day are bridges. You know, this is how we've scaled cryptocurrencies for the past 10 years. So raise your hand if you've ever used like Coinbase, Binance, or Bitstamp, or whatever. There you go. Don't worry, I'm not the SEC. I'm not here to dox you. You know, but you know, realistically speaking, in a way, cryptocurrency exchanges are like sharding. You know, you deposit your funds in the Coinbase, you go in the Coinbase execution layer, you transact as much as you want there, and then you bring the funds back. And you're using Ethereum as a settlement layer, you know, to get your funds on and off Coinbase. But otherwise, Coinbase is where the execution happens. The issue is that, oh, I've already got the question, but the issue is that if you move all your computation to Coinbase, Kraken, and Binance, well, it sucks a bit, doesn't it? It's fully custodial. You have to deal with their customer support if you get locked out. There's a private database. We have no idea of the, of the assets cover the liabilities. We have no proof of reserves. We have to blindly trust this execution layer. We can't audit it in any way. And we can do better than this. And that's the goal of this roll-up-centric roadmap. The goal is to build a bridge that connects to another blockchain system, this off-chain system that you can check in real time. And the bridge will hold your assets, you can mint it on this other system, transact there as much as you want, and then bring your funds back to Ethereum. You know, you burn it on this chain and bring it back to Ethereum. So really bridging is at the heart of how we scale Ethereum. If we can build good bridges and move the computation elsewhere, we solve a big part of the scalability problem. And Ethereum then becomes a settlement layer that does minimal computation for the bridging, and of course recording everyone's account balances. So really is how it's going to deal with bridging in the future. Yeah? Yep.
Like if you're gonna, like let's say you can move something to a smart contract, and then you can offload the actual execution engine stuff, and then like pass it on to the blockchain speed. The huge bottleneck that was faced with it was just so much more expensive, to do that with gas.
Or you mean the actual bridging part?
When you have to send something to the smart contract, there's the gas fee, and then when you have it in this smart contract to execute trades, those execution trades also cost gas fees, and then withdrawing it back into your normal account also.
Okay, so just to summarize, what he means is that when you you put the funds in the bridge, you go to this other network. There's gas fees here as well, and then there's also bridging it back that causes funds, or causes. Right. Yeah, so I think. Ethereum should be the most expensive chain, so that'll always be expensive. So ideally, most users, I'll just finish this one. Most users should not have to interact with Ethereum. They just live in these other layers and quickly transfer their funds. And because they're the execution layer, we can assume that they have, like Starknet, for example, they can aggregate lots of transactions and aggregate the cost for everyone. So there's still a cost, but hopefully it'll be a lot less than Ethereum. That's the goal. Go ahead. Yes, that's a great point. So what he's saying is that when you bridge your asset to another layer, you're taking on the risk of the bridge, and we've all seen the Binance bridge, the Nomad bridge, the Ronin bridge, the Wormhole bridge, another bridge, there's obviously a collective more. They all keep getting hacked. And there's clearly a smart contract risk of using a bridge. And then depending on how you've designed your bridge, you may also have risk on the off-chain system as well. So that's why the roll-ups, what they're trying to build, I'll just jump to that now. Oh, actually, let me finish this bit. So the roll-ups are trying to build a bridge where you don't have to trust the off-chain system at all. So really, if the bridge is, bug-free, then you should not have to trust the off-chain system at all. So that's the long-term goal. But right now, a lot of the bridges are there's a lot of trust on a lot of the bridges. But anyway, so let's go to the settlement layer. Ethereum is a set of funds. And the execution layer are on these off-chain systems that offer a seamless user experience. And the point here is that the off-chain database and the execution layer records the liabilities, and the bridge records the assets. And the bridge is here just to make sure the assets cover the liabilities and protects the user on the off-chain system. And how does the bridge protect the assets? This is sort of the roll-up talk where you talk about a validating bridge and how the bridge is designed to protect the funds. For now, we can just talk about, how do we guarantee all the updates to the database are valid? The bridge should get an update from the off-chain system. Then the bridge has to be convinced that this update is valid and correct. And if it's correct, then it will accept that that's the new state of the database. The bridge will always check, is every update to this off-chain system valid? Yes, it is. The funds are safe. And the other one is, this is sort of the fraud proofs versus the optimistic roll-ups. The next one's the availability problem, and this is really what I want to talk about. So, if you're on an off-chain system, okay, and all my funds are locked on, I don't know, Arbitrum, what that assumes is that there's one honest party in this room who can come online, get a copy of the database, and guarantee that all our transactions are eventually executed, and we can withdraw our funds from the system, if that system is malicious. And this comes down to data. And there's three things to consider, Why does the data need to be publicly available? What data needs to be publicly available? And how do we guarantee it is publicly available? So for these bridges, what you're assuming is that there's one honest party who can get the data, recompute the off-chain database, execute the transactions, propose an update to the bridge, and let you get your funds out of the bridge. Now, this is very different to Ethereum. As we've just said for about the past 40 minutes, there's this trade-off between block proposers and verifiers and the resource constraints. Here we just have to assume there's one honest party. There's one honest party out there with enough resources to get a copy of the database and execute the transactions. And anyone in this room, ideally, could be that honest party. So that does allow you to go beyond the restrictions of the layer 1. You could have this big beefy machine, this, I don't want to say supercomputer, but you have a beefy machine on this network that can reduce the fees for everyone. Because now the main fee on a roll-up is not execution, the main fee is the data that you post to Ethereum. That's the biggest cost now for using roll-ups. The type of data that you would post would be the transaction history, so you would send the bridge all the transactions, or maybe just an update to the database, what is the state diff between the two databases. How do we make this available? Just to skip over this a bit, there was a challenge process for Plasma. It sort of failed. Any trust like Arbitrum Nitro or StarkNet, their data availability committee, they have a committee that guarantees the data is available and not one honest party can get the database. Or a roll-up where you take all the data and you post it to Ethereum. And that's the next part. So now we have this settlement layer, which is Ethereum. We have the execution layer that's doing all the hard work. The guarantee one honest party can get that database, all the data is being posted to Ethereum. And so Ethereum also becomes this data availability layer. The guarantee that one honest party can get the database for the off-chain system. So the long-term scalability goal for Ethereum is to make this data as cheap as possible. If you can make data or bandwidth cheap, then you could have roll-ups that are humongous in dealing with, crazy amount of transactions. This is the dank sharding. This is EIP 4844. And this is sort of what they're going towards in the next few releases of Ethereum. Their goal is to make data cheap, so roll-ups are viable. And so if this is the case, then we push all the hard work off to the execution layer, and to protect decentralization, we just care about data, and we just care about settlement. Okay, that is what we mean by protecting decentralization. Can you get the data across the network as fast as possible? And now there's also, different networks emerging, because now that we've separated our concerns, maybe you have a dedicated data availability layer like Celestia, Polygon Oval, or Ethereum itself with dank sharding. I have a minimum of Ethereum X, I don't know. We have the settlement layer here, which is Ethereum, because they're doing the roll-ups. Then all these different execution layers are emerging. They're all solving different parts of that puzzle of how we scale Ethereum. And so just to summarize, oh, sorry, I'll put that back up. I see someone taking a photo. Cheers. So to summarize, because I know that's a lot to take in, by the way, as I mentioned, we start off easy, and then we get very, very hard. Just to summarize, we allocate a resource of purpose, data, settlement, execution. Now we're solving each of these puzzles individually. Scalability is really by bridging. Bridging is how we'll scale Ethereum, because we'll move the assets, we'll move the assets to another network and transact there. Bridges are, give or take, very insecure, but we're working towards building a secure version of bridges. And of course, data availability is really the big bottleneck now for how we're struggling with Ethereum. And just to finish up, because I've got 1 minute left, I just wanted to add this last part. Oh, go ahead. So the bridge should be able to independently check everything itself. So when you give me an update, if I'm the bridge, you give me the update, and I should be able to check this is a valid update. So either you give me a zero knowledge proof, so there's a mathematical guarantee, or I rely on a fraud proof, where I get the update, and there's like a 1 week window for anyone to convince me that it's incorrect. So the bridge has to be convinced. Cool. Awesome. So maybe I'll just finish here. I think this is a great talk. I didn't finish the slides, but that's awesome because we had a lot of great content. So I'll leave it here, and I'll let the next speaker come up because I think he's hanging down there somewhere. So thank you, guys. GG. Awesome. Awesome. Oops. Whew. Wait, there you go. Good times, good times. Oh, what? Yeah. I noticed near the end, I was running out of time, so I was like, oh, it's getting very intense.
Okay, hello everyone. Let's start about today's explain like I'm 5 session of the zero knowledge proof. Yeah, so I'm very happy to have this session for the beginners here. By the way, actually this session is for a kind of a 5-year-old kid. So if you are already familiar with the zero knowledge proof, then I strongly recommend you to listen here this session, the Designing Public Goods Using ZKPs, which is running by the Rachel, who is a super designer of the Ethereum Foundation's PSC team. She has designed in 3 years at the team and designed a lot some ZKP related user experiences and user interfaces. So it might be very, very inspiring. Yeah, so let's start with thinking about where the ZKP is mostly used. So we use zero knowledge proof when you want to prove a fact, but you don't want to share the information. So I want to give you an example about more detail. So let's think about some example at immigration at the airport. So let's assume that I'm an immigration officer here and just an entrant here. So when you go to the airport, the immigration officer says, "Where are you from?" Then I say like, "I'm from Korea. I'm from Korea." Then immigration officer says like, "North or south?" I definitely say, "I'm from south," but unfortunately, this immigration officer doesn't trust me that much. So he says like, I really think you look like from north. So give me your passport. And this poor Korean guy wants to keep the freedom to keep my personal information. So I say like, "Oh, there's my personal information. I don't want to keep my passport." Then, okay, what happens? They just kick him out. Then, in this situation, what should I have to do here? What should I do? What can I do here? Yeah, actually, we can. I can show some passport number. I can show my nationality or passport card the cover. But if we give a zero knowledge proof that I can prove that I'm a part of the South Korean. Yeah, this is just an example which can be really happened in the future. Yeah. So let's think about what happens here. So we can call the immigration officer here as the verifier. And the entrant, the poor South Korean, as the prover. And then the prover prepares the witness using my passport, which means like witness means I have some passport number here and I have my I'm a male and my number in Korea, something like that, and birthday, etc. So and then generates a ZK proof and give it to the verifier, which means the immigration officer here. Then the verifier, the officer says, okay, I'm going to verify this proof using the existing database we have. Actually, this is pretty possible. And we're going to take a look at the details later about the how we can prove the membership of that I'm a part of this South Korean people. Then, by the way, let's see what is witness and what is information we have to share here. So there are some informations you can see here, and maybe there's a passport number that I don't want to share with the immigration officer. Actually, totally doesn't make sense, but so we call these values as private inputs. But I'm gonna just say I'm a part of the South Korean, so I just open my nationality. This is the public input. And to prove that I'm a part of the people, I just calculate some mathematical values using the inputs there. So we call these intermediate values, including all the private inputs and the public inputs, as witness here. And this is just a basic model of how zero knowledge proving system works. So we have private inputs and we have public inputs, and also we have the circuit here. The circuit is about the relations. What was the relations here in the immigration situation? It's like I don't reveal my passport number, but my passport number is definitely a part of the registered existing database of the Korean people's passport number. So it's kind of a membership proof. Oh, there's a database, and I don't want to share my information, but this is definitely exists in the database. So this relation is the what is the circuit here. Then do we have the soundness there? Yes, we have the soundness there. If the proof size is too small, we cannot have the soundness. Like the false positive is too is the probability of the false positive too high. So the proof size is pretty important. And here, okay, but imagine if we do this 1,000 times at immigration. So immigration officer says, okay, just tell me you'll measure something. Okay, actually, it totally doesn't make sense. So we need the non-interactive system here. So any idea how to make the non-interactive system? Okay, let's go back to the Rhino case. In this case, this verifier try to make the random question every time. But what if we generate some random set of questions before this proving happens, like just like this: left, left, right, left, right, left. What is the problem here? Yeah, right. Rhino can cheat on us just using the value. So we need to homomorphically encrypt those values. Actually, today we're not gonna deal with the homomorphic concept here, but we should encrypt this in a verifiable way. So, by the before we go to the next slide, I just want to say here, this is called common reference string because verifier already made this for the prover. So this string is shared between the prover and the verifier. So commonly shared string, which can be the reference for the proving system. So this is called common reference string. By the way, because we need to encrypt those values, I'm going to encrypt this in Korean. Maybe there might be only a little people who can read this word, but actually this is saying about go left and go right, and if you go left and right, go right twice, something else. So let's assume there is something that can interpret this encrypted common reference string. So actually, interpret is not a good explanation here. In more detail, let me assume that the 5-year-old kid understands hash function here. We are just adding a salt and hashing the value and make a modular there. So it's kind of a deterministic random stuff. So the Rhino never can cheat on that if this Rhino doesn't know the original reference string. Yeah. By the way, this encrypted common reference string is not enough to be used publicly, because this is okay when only we want to verify this Rhino is smart. What we want to build is some protocol that can be used publicly, widely, for everyone. So, for example, we have a system that we can transfer some ETH using ZK proof. Then the ZK proof will include some information that I have enough balance and I can generate some signature. And every information will be in the ZK proof. But if you can cheat on that, I just can move a lot ETH to my account without the correct information, without the signature. So this is really important to make anyone, no one knows the original reference string. So anyone who wants to guess what it's called? Yes, this is called the trusted setup. To achieve this, we have to do the trusted setup. So let me explain this one by one. Actually, this is how a ZKP system works with, the ZK snark works with the common reference string. So there is a common reference string made by the trusted setup. It's shared with the prover and the verifier. And the prover and verifier both does not know the seed original reference string here. And then prover picks a random salt and share it with the verifier. And then also, once the prover picks a salt, the prover can derive a set of questions because there is a reference string. Actually, the verifier at first in the interactive system, verifier just gave the question to the Rhino. But in this case, Rhino can generate the questions by himself. And also, the verifier can derive the answers, right answers, without knowing the exact questions. If the verifier using the homomorphic feature, homomorphic characteristic of the reference string. It can be a little bit tricky, but this is also a pretty important thing. So I want to explain some multi-party computation thing here. Yeah, actually, yeah, this is pretty technical, but not that difficult, actually. So, yeah, please. By the way, let me say why I'm explaining this multi-party computation here. It's like, do you guys know how the trusted setup works? And why you need to join the ceremony that is shared today's opening ceremony? So I just want to share how it works and why you need to join the KGG trusted setup ceremony here. So let's go through. Actually, this is pretty for 15 years old kid, but let's go. So yeah. There is a homomorphic hiding. G to the A is kind of we can make some encrypted value using number A. So actually that is a signature of the homomorphic hiding H, but just think about that just as a hash function. So think about G to the A is something related to the hash of A. Actually, it's kind of a homomorphic hiding of A, but then there is a characteristic that we can compute the G to the A using number A pretty easily. But in contrast, it's extremely difficult to compute A from G to the A. Actually, this is called the logarithmic discrete assumption here, but let's just skip here. And also, if we have a G to the A and B, we can also compute the G to the AB pretty easily. Okay, this is some key features of the homomorphic hiding using the elliptic curve cryptography. And let's see how the trusted setup works. So trusted setup is creating a common reference string and without anyone knows the original reference string. So at first, Alice joined the ceremony and picks the set of the questions. The set of questions here is A, B, C, D, E here. All the A and B and C and D and E are numbers in a finite field. Just the numbers. They are numbers. And then we compute, actually we did some encryption thing here. You remember? So left, right is A, B, C, D, E. And this something are the encrypted value. G to the A, G to the B, G to the C, something. So we can compute G to the A, G to the B, C, and G to the E there. And Alice shares these G to the A and G to the E values publicly to the people. Then Bob joins this ceremony. In this case, Alice may may discard the ABCDE value if Alice is innocent. But if Alice is not innocent, maybe she just store the ABCDE value in her computer. By the way, Alice didn't share the ABCDE value with Bob yet. Okay, then Bob also picks a set of questions again here. That is FGHIJ. And then we're gonna create a new reference string using G to the A to the G to the E and the FGHIJ only. Because we can compute G to the AF using G to the A and F together. So Bob can generate G to the AF, G to the BG, G to the CH without knowing the A, B, C, D, E value here. And Carl does the same thing here. Okay, then if any one of these three participants discarded and destroyed the randomly picked question values, then maybe anyone might know the original reference string here, AFK, BGL, CHM, and etc. Because to know AFK, you need all those values, A and F and K. So it means to just recover its original value, you need all the secrets from all the participants of the ceremony. So it makes, if any one of the participants just discarded and destroyed the value, then all we are safe. Okay, so the best way to use this common reference string is actually not to trust anyone. It means just go to the trusted setup ceremony and discard your seed there. Then you will be safe at least by yourself. If you just keep it, just discard and destroy it, right? Don't trust anyone. Just trust, actually, don't trust yourself too. Yeah, just go to the trust setup ceremony, and this is the page that shared today's opening ceremony. So you can just go to ceremony.ethereum.org, then you can join the ceremony. And actually, you just saw that these should be conducted in a sequential manner, because Alice should do something and share, and then Bob does something. So there might be some queue, but please don't lose your faith. You don't need, please don't trust anyone. So go into the queue and let's join the ceremony together. Okay, great. Then now I think I've explained almost every important concept of ZK Snark. Then let's rebuild why this is called ZK Snark using the concepts we just explored today. Okay, so ZK Snark is zero knowledge, succinct, non-interactive argument of knowledge. First, zero knowledge means just hiding some information. You remember that I just wanted to hide my passport number here, but just wanted to prove something. So this is called just zero knowledge. If you want to hide some value, that can be called zero knowledge. And to talk about succinct, actually we have to talk about the soundness. You remember, if we repeat only 10 times, the proof will be pretty small. But if we repeat the answering like 10,000 times, the proof size will be larger. So it's pretty important to keep the proof succinct while we keep the soundness. So we need to find the great balance there. So succinct is used here for because of the soundness thing. And the non-interactive thing, we can do that at 1,000 times at the immigration office, right? So we should have a non-interactive system. And for the non-interactive system, we should do some common reference string. And because of that, we need to do the trusted setup stuff. And we did all these things to prove argument of knowledge from this Rhino, right? So this is called ZK snark. Generally succinct, non-interactive, argument of knowledge. So does everyone understand now? Great, I am pretty happy now. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go through the applied ZKP stuff. So where can I use ZKP? Mostly people think like I can hide something, then it can be used for the privacy, definitely. So the usages are mainly the privacy and scaling, and there are a lot of undiscovered usages. So let's go to the privacy thing first. Yeah, and actually we already go through some difficult concepts like multi-party computation, homomorphic hiding, and logarithm discrete assumption stuff. So let me assume again that a kid already knows hash function and Merkle proof. And please, let's remind how the ZK proving system works here again. We have a circuit that represents the relations between witness, including the public inputs and private inputs. And the prover creates a ZKP, and the verifier will verify the proof using the circuit together. And in the Merkle tree, what we want to do here is proving that there exists a leaf in the Merkle tree, and without revealing any information about the leaf and the sibling information, which can reveal the path of the leaf, which can be kind of a reference. And here, I'm gonna share the Merkle root information between both the verifier and the prover. So this is where do we use this thing? At the immigration office. Yeah, just to prove I'm a member of this group, but I don't want to reveal my identity here. So this is the reason why we do this Merkle proof using ZKP. So actually, we can compute the Merkle root using sibling values. And the sibling values also should be private inputs, because if they are revealed, then they can be some hint for about the leaf. And then to generate the Merkle proof, we need to compute the intermediate nodes here, right? You need to compute the branch node of the Merkle tree when you compute the Merkle proof. And these intermediate values are the witness. Actually, witness also include the private and public, all the values, but I'm gonna say this is an witness. And also, this is the relation of the witness. So let's see the first relation. Node 1 is hash of sibling 1 and leaf 1. And node 2 is hash of the node 1 and sibling 2. Node 3 is the hash of node 2 and sibling 3. And finally, the computed node 3 should equal to the root value here. This is a relation that we want to prove using the witness, while we are not revealing the private information here. Okay, so yeah, we just put these values like this. So there's a circuit. The logic is blue color, and the private inputs are the green color, and public inputs are the red color here. Then we can generate ZK proof, and the verifier can prove that, okay, you don't need to reveal the private inputs, but I have the information about this group, which is the root value, the public input, red thing, and also there is a relation logic between the witness. Here, that is a Merkle proof. Yeah. And this members proof thing also can be used for various usages. Actually, first of all, the privacy protocol, definitely. And for the privacy protocol, we have the very good example for the identity. We are having the semaphore protocol, which is just the name of a membership proof protocol that keeps your identity private but lets you vote on some agenda in an anonymous manner. And also, we can have some private transaction stuff. Zcash, and also Aztec's ZK Money, and Polygon Nightfall, and PS Team ZK and Tornado Cash. They are all implementing the same logic with this members proof system. And also, this members proof system can be implemented in various ways. Definitely, the first way is the method that I shared here, the Merkle proof thing. And actually, recently, people are exploring another methodology using the vector commitment, which can let us express a set of values using a polynomial. Yeah, so if you are interested in, you can just Google this calc and take a deep look at that. And by the way, we have 10 more minutes, so I'm gonna use 10 more minutes, all the 10 minutes. So the next example is the scaling. Yeah, I think you guys are pretty familiar with the word rollup, right? Actually, the rollup started, I guess it started from 2018 by Barry, our PSC team's leader. And rollup started from the ZK rollup. And I'm going to explain what is the basic form of ZK rollup here. Okay, so, oh my God. Yeah, let's use this diagram first. The first block is just a normal, some Ethereum block. Let's assume that this is a normal Ethereum block. Then there should be some transactions. Transaction 1, transaction 2, and for each transaction, every account, external owned account, should generate the ECDSA signature, right? So every transaction has its matching transaction signature there. And finally, we compute the block hash using some another values there. But how if we make these signatures as private input? What happens here? We can just remove the private inputs, and we can replace that using its ZKP. Make sense? This is just what ZK rollup is. And here are two advantages. What are the two advantages here? Yeah, definitely. The data usage. And the another one? Yeah, computation. Because if we just compress all the signatures, then we don't need to verify all the elliptic curve signatures. So let's assume that if we have 10,000 of signatures, then the zero knowledge proof can be much less than the 10,000 of the signatures. So we can reduce the data size a lot. And also, we can skip the computation just using the cryptographical verifying system. So we have two advantages here: the scaling of the computation and the scaling of the data usage. So yeah, so this is the reason why we are using ZK for scaling solutions. And actually, there is a tutorial that you can implement the simple ZK rollup by yourself. So if you want to just deep dive into how it really works, then you can just go to there and go to the tutorial. Then it'll be very helpful for you to understand how it works. Okay, and for the next, I'm gonna share another fun examples, like Macy and rate limiting nullifier. The Macy is Macy stands for minimal anti-collusion infrastructure, which means actually, have you tried the CLR fund before using Gitcoin fund, quadratic fund? So in quadratic fund, it is very useful to buy the vote because the number of the participants is much important than the amount of the votes, right? In quadratic voting. So buying the vote is pretty useful. Then how can we prevent vote buying attack? It's like collecting all the votes first, and then the coordinator mix it and generate a new state tree. Then the voter cannot prove that I voted to this one. Then we can just prevent the vote buying attack. So we can also use ZKP here, that the coordinator mixed the result without just modifying them correctly using zero knowledge proof. So we are also doing the CLR fund for Devcon. So you can go to the Colombia, the CLR fund, to participate in the new round, quadratic funding round. And another really fun example is the rate limiting nullifier. This is pretty novel, and maybe it is pretty hard to think about this concept from ZKP because we are just thinking about like only the privacy or scaling, right? Then let's see what it is. So there is a polynomial, a 1-degree polynomial. So it is y equals ax plus b. And actually, this polynomial is a polynomial that I just chose. And actually, the value b is my secret key of Ethereum. Then, okay, then I can share you some point on this line. But if I share you more than 2 points, what happens? You can just compute this polynomial, right? Because you have 2 points, and this is 1 degree. So you can just know the A and B. Then you can know my secret key. So my secret gets revealed, right? So rate limiting nullifier is using this. Actually, this protocol is Shamir's secret sharing protocol. Rate limiting nullifier is using this to prevent spam attack. So if I want to communicate with you, I should revolve my points on the polynomial to you. So if I just send you too many messages, then actually you can just recover my polynomial and just get all my ETH from the account, right? But here we have to use ZKP, that all these shared points are on the polynomial. This is the only the relation. Pretty simple, right? And we can use this for spam protection protocol. We are doing a lot of experiments using this rate limiting nullifier concept for the consensus layer and also the peer-to-peer networking. So, okay, so this is the last. So from 5 years old kid to a student, I want to recommend this curriculum. The first one is just write a ZKP application using the tutorial thing I shared for the ZK rollup. Then it will let you, it will help you understand how ZKP works and how the proving system works there. And then you need to study and learn about the, at first, abstract algebra. Because in the proving system, we are using a specific set of numbers. And we need to understand how these numbers works and how the homomorphic hiding works. To understand this, actually, you need to understand the abstract algebra and the group theory thing. After that, please study and learn about the elliptic curve cryptography first. And then after that, please study about the pairing-based cryptography. Then maybe some of you guys are heard about Planck and KGG and inner product argument stuff. And they are all the kind of a things after you study about this pairing-based cryptography and then abstract algebra and then extra. So after you study these three things, then please study about the Planck, which is arithmetization, which means the converting your program into a polynomial. Then after that, just go through the polynomial commitment schemes, which is like how to make the questions and how to make the answers, what we have done using the Alibaba's case with the rightness. So actually, the arithmetizations is pretty related to the polynomial commitment scheme. So you're going to study with some RNCS arithmetization with Groth 16, and you're going to study Planck arithmetization with KGG or inner product argument. Okay, so thank you, everyone. So I'm Wansop from Ethereum Foundation, PSC team, and I hope this session helped you a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep.